dancing with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love back but can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. High light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. on my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember to. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember to. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, Put the line down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you gotta down, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a way for turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up. We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We bound if I there's one question pieces you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
For my
that
pace.
we the champions, screaming I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a way for turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up. We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline.
feels alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world.
Unbending spirit. Petals amid the snow. Flowers bloom to bid you farewell. For generations, we have not bowed our heads, nor sought the snow's pity. Forging paths and chasing the scent of mountains that lights the journey ahead. Birds sing and flowers bloom as spring arrives. Listen, the call of the cuckoo echoes from the clouds, a sound of old friends returning.
Hugging Steve. Victory.
Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Just sleep, and all the pain will be gone. Huh? The humble herb can heal the world. Break! There's no miracle drug, but a compassionate healer can make all the difference. All ailments shall be cured! Withered trees come alive in spring! A heart of gold will persist for ages. Soak the Artemisia in 2 liters of water, and the juice is extracted. Future generations may add to this formula. Traveling to the ends of the earth, offering miraculous herbs to heal for centuries. All diseases subdued, bringing life anew. I'll succeed after one more try.
I'm working on a way to overcome gravity.
Unyielding sword, an undying will, an ageless heart. That's what it takes.
From a single spark, the fire begins. Embers Awaken, a call to rise, to reignite, to reemerge with strength and passion. Malaysia's first ever official Honor of Kings League, a symbol of pride, power, and the roar of something unstoppable. A new group rises from the ashes. Fresh fire, unwritten stories, fierce hunger. This league is their proving ground, and they're here to burn. Team Secret fight to claim what's theirs. Nova, champions who've tasted glory but want more. BSE, not just defending the crown, they're evolving, reigniting the passion. Witness the Embers Awakening.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the week one. This is going to be the final day here of our week as we bring you the MKL spring season. My name's Contra. Alongside with me is Mustacho AJ, my dear friend. Welcome back. I know you were casting the first day of the opening show.
Yep.
So how is it like so far?
It's exhilarating, bro. I have never been a huge fan of MOBAs, and this is the very first that's kind of making me open my eyes a little bit and think, hey, you know what? This world of MOBA isn't too bad after all, right? Honor of Kings has been absolutely phenomenal so far. Day one was amazing. We saw some one-sided matches. We saw some surprises in there as well. And obviously, that's exactly what we expect out of the Malaysians, right? The best of the best are not only looking to dominate the Malaysian League, the very first ever official Malaysian League, but they're also looking to bag the biggest prizes out of the prize pool and book their spot at the Esports World Cup. So a lot happening in this competition and quite a number of days thrown in there so that these teams can really earn a spot for themselves, right? Because double round robin, you mess up the first time, it's all right. You still get a second chance at it.
That's right. If you guys have no idea what we're talking about, double round robins and yada yada, well, here's a video for you guys to understand how the MKL will play out.
MKL Spring Season 2025 is here, and here is our tournament format explainer. We've already seen Phase 1, which was the qualifiers. Now we're entering into Phase 2, which is the regular season. For the regular season, we have a total of 8 teams, 4 teams for the qualifiers and 4 invited teams. These teams will be playing a double round robin. Each team will face each other twice in a best of 3 format over the course of the regular season. Out of these 8 teams, only the top 6 will advance to the Phase 3, the playoffs. The top 2 teams from the regular season will go straight into the upper bracket of the playoffs. Teams placed 3rd through to 6th of the regular season will have to battle it out at the play-ins in an elimination match of a best of 3 format to proceed into the upper bracket to fight against the 1st and 2nd place teams from the regular season. The play-ins matches will be a best of 3 and the upper and lower brackets will be in a best of 5. And the conclusion of the grand final will be played in a best of 7 format. All the best to all participating teams, and let's see who would be the champion for MKL Spring Season 2025.
And that is how we roll for the entirety of the season. So it is the very first week, so there's still a long journey ahead for our contenders as well as the challengers that have came in from the qualifying stages. Of course, with names like Seoul Esports, who are the only team who are currently playing in the part-time basis because they got school, they got some work as well, whereas all the other teams here mean serious business where they're already forming, gaming houses. They're playing all together for, either months long or they've came together for the past couple of all these months. But of course, there's plenty to see and it's full of surprises. Just like you, this is going to be my very first season. So I'm super excited to be on board. And just like you said, this league is going to be filled with surprises. So I can't wait to see what's in store.
So it's you, me, and Seoul Esports, right? All here for the first time, try to get the job done well. But unfortunately for Seoul Esports, the journey hasn't been very friendly thus far. Qualifiers-wise, they did manage to beat Silver Team 3-2, but here up against Black Shrew Esports, the expected happened, right? They got smashed in that matchup, but up against Todak, they really could not even pull a single map away. So it's a tad bit unfortunate for Seoul Esports, but like you pointed out, Contra, it's forgivable because they are the only part-time team in the league and they don't even have a single imported player from China, right? So this is a team really trying to break boundaries here. But of course, let's take a look and see what exactly is all of this effort for. Playoffs here, if you succeed at the end of the day, the least amount that you take away in that 5th and 6th spot, $3,300. The top of the spot, though, takes away 11,000 USD. But before we go into the breakdown of all of these placements, let's take a look at the top here. Participation Award. This is the first time I am ever coming across something like this, Contra.
Yeah, me too. So what does this mean? Every game that they play, they automatically get to earn $100 but this is split between two teams, so each receives 50, and there's also the victory bonus. If you win a 2-0 of the series, you take home the entire chunk of that 300 home. Meanwhile, if it's gonna be, say, you only get one game out of that best of 3, then you are actually sharing that prize pool, taking home that $100, or you might be the one to take home 200 after a long battle. So everybody gets rewarded with that big hefty sum of 60K on the line.
This is taking participation trophy up to the next level, but it makes more sense because it's rewarding you for your efforts, right? Because the victory bonus, I assumed that if you get a 2-1 victory, you still take away 300, but no, this is exactly what the tournament's saying. MKL says if you even get one map victory and you still lose the series overall, you still get a small slice of that victory bonus, which is fantastic. Now, going back to the placements themselves, of course, if you're the champion, by the end of the day, you take home 11,000 US. Second place takes home 8,000. Third place takes home 6,000. And all three of these teams get invited to the Esports World Cup happening later on in July this year.
Yeah, and over there, you could see the numbers rise up or multiply by 10-folds, 20-folds. We're not even counting right now because they got to focus on what's ahead of them. Since it's only the regular season, everybody is fighting for that top 6 spot, as explained over on to the video early on. And this is today's matchup. We're going to be starting off with Seoul Esports to take on Team Secret. We're in match 2 with Nova Esports and O2, and we are ending the day with Todak versus ENG Global.
Redemption time for Seoul Esports as they take on Team Secret, who's not the best team in the competition thus far, right? Team Secret won up against a team 2-0 and then unfortunately lost up against ENG Global 0-2. It's a 50-50. Seoul Esports could be the team that upsets them later today.
Perhaps so. When we take a look at their journey thus far, Seoul Esports definitely have a little bit of learning curve throughout this journey, where it's just tough luck where you're starting off taking on titans like Black Shrew Esports, and then you have Team Secret, another household name in this Malaysian league. So the journey might actually be a little bit rough, but if we take a look at maybe the latter portions for the members of Seoul Esports, if they can cope with it, if they could just adapt, then perhaps they will be able to overcome. Because even from yesterday's run, Team Secret, they were overwhelmed 0-2. And nobody expected it to be, you know, a straightforward series where AG Global has been able to really hold no punches behind. So perhaps they have something to learn from that series to pull up against Team Secret.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you are now tuning into the MKL Spring Season 2025, supported by our official tournament partner, Realme Gaming. Pick Realme 14 series. Realme 14 5G features segment best Snapdragon 6 Gen 4 chipset, long-lasting battery, largest VC cooling area, and it empowers players to enjoy 120 frames per second in Honor of Kings, which promises a smooth, high-performance gaming experience. Gaming, pick Realme 14 series.
That's right. Thank you so much, Realme, for being on board with us on this journey. And of course, you guys can check out all these latest smartphones coming in from them. I believe that they are not only packing punches over onto everything that you need for Honor of Kings, it's pretty affordable too. So if you need a new phone, that's where you want to look at. Well, of course, jumping back into what we have at hand, this first series, Team Secret, they're also looking for their redemption arc as well, because that matchup against AG Global may not seem to be perhaps their full strength of what we've seen so far. Of course, credit where credit is due. AG Global, they play a phenomenal draft, coming in with some curveball picks, which nobody really expected. That's going to be slightly off of meta. So perhaps if Seoul Esports, they want to do something similar, like what AG Global has done, they can do so too in this series.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, AG Global, not many people were expecting the best from them. They were thinking, you know, this team kind of like a pendulum swings back and forth. But thus far in the competition, they've managed a clean sheet for themselves in terms of series, winning both that they have participated in, right? Team Secret winning up against Todak 2-0. That shows the promise of the squad, but losing up against AG Global, I wouldn't underestimate what they can do. Seoul Esports has got a tough fight up against them very, very early on in this day. But you know, even if they can pull away one map today from Team Secret, I'm going to love this. If they beat Team Secret, I'm going to lose my mind, Contra.
Yeah, that is where we're looking at this David and versus Golaf matchup. And most likely than not, it is going to be one stepping stone after another for them to be able to cope to not only the tempo of play out of Team Secret, but also to overwhelm them. They gotta quickly utilize whatever they've learned, whether it's from the VODs from yesterday or from the first beating that they suffered up against BSE. Then we really want to see whether if that's going to be any sort of refuge that they could actually bring up into this series. But you know, it's a lot of talk on whether or not can they actually cope. But at the very same time, they are the ones winning out through the qualifiers, and there's so many great teams out there. So if we are seeing Seoul Esports on their best day, we might actually see that big upset coming our way.
I most definitely agree with you, right? And of course, Seoul Esports up against Team Secret. That's just the first series of the day. We've got 3 back-to-back series in here for you guys today. Nova takes on O2 in series number 2. And of course, Todak up against AG Global for the final series of the day to wrap it up. Todak, of course, in a lot of trouble up against this phenomenal AG Global that's really smashing it up against all of the rest in the competition right now. I am pretty curious as to what's going to happen there in the final series as well, right? Will we be able to see the first upset of AG Global by Todak, who couldn't really even keep up with Team Secret initially on day number 1, Contra?
Yeah, Todak definitely seemed a little bit shaky, but hopefully they managed to take that time to be able to change things up. But of course, we jump back into what we have here in our first series. Once again, we're bringing you Seoul Esports versus Team Secret. Now, some of the star players that we're looking at coming in from the side of Seoul, we're definitely going to be looking at their jungle, Gui, as well as JK, to be able to find that impact. But at the very same time, you got all the superstars from Team Secret. Who are we looking at, man?
Oh yeah, I mean, Team Secret, you've got Gushing and Nuono hopping on in, replacing Tian X as well as Yuhan, right? So great roster change coming through for the squad, and they have been phenomenal ever since. You've got Sun, Gushing, Swan, Nuono, as well as Shisan in this phenomenal lineup for Team Secret.
That's right, and just looking at some of the matches that they played out yesterday, surely they are taking their time to adjust to this brand new roster as well. But Gusing has definitely made his impact here in the league on this very first week itself, where a lot of questions were on him. Can he keep up with some of the X members like 10X or so, that everyone's going to be missing some of all these notable names? But hey, he fits perfectly like a glove. I tell you that. Well, maybe if there's anything Team Secret has to take away from the series that they lost against AG Global, there's just certain micro management that they really have to do somewhere around their mid game as well as late game. What are some of the pain points from that matchup against AG Global? Because we last saw them really struggling to defend certain areas, and maybe they were funneling too much of their attention span onto a significant objective. So perhaps that's where, so esports have noticed this and perhaps we'll be able to capitalize. We'll definitely want to have a look at that. But when it comes down to the draft, I think we're going to be seeing a very standard meta that's being set already. A lot of tanks in the jungle, whether if you want to also supplement that with a tank support as well, it is super viable right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, looking forward to see exactly what Team Secret can do here as well, right? Because they're trying to break their own curse thus far in their run in Honor of Kings. The second place curse, unfortunately, does not want to let them go. The Honor of Kings Invitational Season 2, they pulled up the runner-up spot. The Honor of Kings Championship, on the other hand, they only managed to walk away with the third spot. And in the recent qualifiers, 5th, 6th spot, this doesn't seem like Team Secret. What do you think happened to the team during the qualifiers, Contra?
Well, I guess like over on the span of those qualifying stages, back in the days where, of course, the lineups may seem a little bit different, and it really was a tough battle where it came super close, where I remember the series to be pretty much down to the wire. But at the very same time, Team Secret had a lot of changes when it comes down to the management and coaching staff and stuff like that. So perhaps, it takes a lot of adjustments, and it didn't really seem to favor the members of Team Secret back then. But now, looking into this season, I think that they've finally solidified themselves. They are showing very promising signs, despite, having a little bit of a tough start, because they are actually taking on some of the biggest teams in this very first week. Oh yeah, it's not going to get any easier, I tell you that, for the course of the rest of the pack. But if there's anything, they need to find a 2-0 win, and perhaps this is where they're not holding anything back. Like, Seoul Esports, you guys may be newcomers, we might show you how it's done.
They're definitely showing me how it's done. I'm a total newbie to Honor of Kings, to MOBAs in general. Not new to shoutcasting, though. The journey has been pretty interesting because, when I was given this opportunity to be a shoutcaster for Honor of Kings, obviously I jump onto the game and I'm trying to dominate this game as best as I can with my Hou Yi. And initially they let me win a lot of games until the real matches kicked in, and I really learned my lesson, right? But then coming on to shoutcast some of these great matches, I realized that, as a beginner, you kind of play the basics of the game, and then these pros just show you a whole other world in terms of their drafts, in terms of their gameplay. They're working magic out that I never knew existed in the game, Contra. This is just a whole other level, right? I hope I can keep up with the action by the end of the day.
Yeah, that's where everybody gets to learn a little something, whether it be you guys watching back at home, perhaps, this is how you actually build a certain hero, or maybe this hero actually works better in the jungle than the Clash lane. There's just so many things that's a lot more different from when we compare how the pros do it, as well as how, of course, us, the ones who are not competing right now. So right now, let's take a look at the standings as we keep ourselves up to speed with what happened throughout day 1 as well as day 2. So that being said, it's been a really solid start for AG Global. They have barely dropped a game. Well, if there's anything, it was a 2-1 series that we saw that pushed up ahead. So they are the only ones with a clean record, alongside with Nova Esports, who's only played a game so far. They'll be playing later on today.
Absolutely. Nova actually took a victory shockingly up against Blackshrew Esports 2-1. They did drop one map, but they got a phenomenal victory over one of our ex-champions here, right? So that's crazy. Blackshrew Esports, because of that loss, comes in the third spot for a 1-1 scoreline thus far, winning a total of 3 maps and losing 2. DTE Gaming up in 4th. And of course, on the right-hand side of your leaderboard, you can see Team Secret, Todak, O2 Esports, as well as Seoul Esports. Now, Seoul Esports taking on a team that is pretty solid. Once again, Team Secret with a phenomenal victory over Todak, and obviously taking a loss that we kind of expected to come their way as well, right? Team Secret going up against AG Global. After what we saw on day number 1, we already knew AG Global was fit to perhaps fight for that number 1 spot by the end of this league.
Yeah, the bell curve definitely is looking pretty rough, where they just need to learn super quickly. So Seoul Esports still desperate to secure those points. Remember this, only the top 6 makes it to the playoffs, so even O2 Esports is on the borderline. I mean, you can cut them some slack, right? This is just week 1 overall, where maybe by the time that they once again meet up with the teams that they face off here in the first portion of the round robin, then perhaps they have some different way to approach some of these matchups. But for now, at the very least, we're looking at such a stacked roster of teams across the MKL that I would say that if you were to put some of these names up there onto the global stage, they would still have some major impact, and that's kind of like how things roll around here in the MKL, where you just really have to be on the ball every single step of the way.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, looking forward to that AG Global match later on. But when we focus back into Team Secret as well as Seoul Esports, it's all going to go down to the drafts. You pointed this out already, Contra. We've seen a little bit of off-meta play, which seems to have given, some extra advantages, some unexpected advantages to teams out there. Perhaps Seoul Esports can try something different. Alternatively, of course, for a team that's struggling, they might just want to stick to their plain old strategy of using what comes very naturally to them in terms of finding those victories out there, right? I'm pretty sure they do not have enough weapons in their arsenal, as opposed to a team like Team Secret, who's already proven to really, really know how to find their way out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, overall, Team Secret, they are still looking super solid in terms of how they've approached those drafts, and at the very same time, execution. It can be refined. On a good day, you would definitely see Team Secret to be really controlling the map. It's going to be a very strong chokehold once they actually get that snowball rolling from that early game. So if there's anything to take here, Seoul Esports, they cannot afford to play too passively. And at the very same time, you can't overaggress. We've seen teams trying to overaggress, and they get absolutely punished for it. So hopefully Seoul Esports, they will be able to see if they could just manage, the first couple of minutes just fine.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I think you hit the nail on the head here. Seoul Esports really needs to look to how to play the map to its finest. It's the major objectives on the map that they really need to try to secure, right? Obviously, overextending into your opponent's camp and trying to steal away their buffs early game might not really be the tactic we look for Seoul Esports to pull off, but you never know. They might just shock the world and try something very cheeky early game. If they actually get away with it, I'll be pretty excited, but I don't know if you want to poke the hornet's nest all that too much just yet. When we go later on into the game, when the Tyrant shows up, when the Shadow Tyrant shows up, these are all big objectives that you're looking for Seoul Esports to pick up, because based on just pure fights thus far, they haven't really managed to mechanically outmaneuver their opponents thus far. They need all the buffs they can afford to get out there.
True enough, and of course, all eyes are on Gui if he's going to be able to keep up to speed with, the added new member of Team Secret inside of the jungle, where so far it's been looking really promising on his micro mechanics as well. I believe that he's got plenty of heroes that he's yet to show us so far. But sticking to, what's currently in the meta phase, we've already seen a lot of variety being played by Gosling, and it's been looking really promising so far. It's just that when we come down to, execution wise, I want to see a cleaner Team Secret. Like, is this going to be the series where they're going to be absolutely looking for a stop, which is very highly likely, right? In the matter of sense. Not to say that we're downplaying on what esports can actually bring to the table, but statistically, Team Secret, they've always been amongst the very best out there, being top 3 for how many seasons already, and we've seen them perform globally at the very same time. So we know that there is a huge potential that they have not harnessed yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if or not we get to see the likes of Arlie, Dharma out there without being banned today, because, they have been
likely.
phenomenal out there in the Gorge, right? Each and every single match where we've seen them participate. I mean, regardless of which player is behind these heroes have been able to absolutely sweep the Gorge thus far in terms of their impact. And, it could just be a day where both Team Secret and Seoul Esports says, you know what, we're not going to take all of the OP characters out of the game just yet. Let's have a little bit of fun. Maybe that's something that we can expect, Contra.
True enough. And at the very same time, when we look into drafting phases, are you really going to show all your cards so early into the competition, right? Like, I feel Team Secret, they will try to perhaps stick to whatever's currently in the meta right now than to actually show some kind of wild card. I don't know, Sima Yi in the jungle or something like that. I would love to actually see that, because we have missed out on maybe a lot of assassins to be brought to the table. Maybe one day we might be able to get it. And Seoul Esports, I say throw everything at them. If they could find anything at all, if it really requires them to, go for something really off the wall, then by all means do that. Like you did mention, what kind of heroes we can expect. My Shiranu has been played by Seoul Esports, but maybe not really finding the footing just yet, where we've seen certain answers coming from the rest of the teams. To me, one of my favorite answers was actually the other day where we saw Team Secret going up against AG Global. When they go up with Mai versus the mid laner, they thought of all these potential heroes. What could they actually play to really hold this Mai on lane? Hano. Because once you actually go for the rewind, you're just going to heal back up to 100%. So that is already one answer into dealing with the Mai Shiranui, and of course multiple crowd control at the very same time. And we look into all the other picks as well on the support role, I think, like, of all the supports we have not seen thus far, maybe Adachiao, because if she's fallen off the list for a little bit, we now see a lot more plays coming in from Sakir, whether it's a Dia or even more tanks. If you want to even throw in the Lanpo or Zhang Fei, right now at this rate, Zhang Fei has seen some of the biggest moments in the matches, and there's no surprise why Zhang Fei is currently the top pick for either parties. So that will be a very hotly contested pick.
Yeah, no doubt at all, right? I mean, Zhang Fei has been truly instrumental in terms of really roaming around the battlefield, regardless of anybody that goes in for the pick, right? He's always delivering the hot shots out there. We've seen how effective he has been in here. Will not be surprised if it's one of the initial bans that we see coming through from either Team Secret or Seoul Esports. Now, we are still waiting for the players to hop on in here for the bans and picks thus far. It seems like Team Seoul, statistically, based on paper, they are to lose this game, right? They are the underdogs. They are the ones who are being tortured by all of the other teams. But Team Secret is not at their very best just yet. If they don't get past Team Secret today, do they still have any hope in the league contract, in your opinion?
Well, there definitely will be a hope somewhere in between. I just hope that it does not break their spirit, because it's only week 1. This is way too soon to lose all kind of hope. But you know what? I'm hoping to see the draft, and it's coming up right now on our screens. Seoul Esports, they start on the blue side. They'll start the bans, and what exactly do they want to focus on? They will go ahead to eliminate more of these pool coming into this portal. That's going to be the Dachiao taken off the list very early on.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Yeah, it seems like obviously Mai is going to be removed from the list as well. We were just talking about her, and obviously if you want to use Mai, your mechanical skills needs to be top notch, right? I've tried comboing her, skills with the flash. My fingers don't move that fast, but I've seen it on YouTube, and I've been trying. But obviously, Team Secret wants no part of dealing with that Mai out there because of the reach of her skills. So that's a very smart ban coming on through.
Sure enough, the Kacho sent an absolutely annoying spell where you just burst somebody or poke somebody out very low. Arlie is no surprise. I mean, we take a look at how many of all these teams to abuse the kit of Arlie, and it's just so tough to go up against her where you could just block projectiles, and at the very same time, Diada has definitely made very huge impact into plays and can actually match up with plenty of all the marksmen on the table. So Team Secret, a very solid opener without telling all too much. And Seoul Esports, they waste no time. They secure themselves the Dharma.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, Dedia, with her capability to really quickly reposition on the Gorge as well, proves to be pretty irritating to deal with at times. And we talked about this Dharma. We talked about how much of impact he brings. We talked about also his capability to get multiple kills all at one go, depending on the timing of his utilities use. So this one seems to be a very dangerous pick coming through from Frost.
What I really do love to see coming from Team Secret is they're flexing the muscles a little bit. Mayin to be brought up to match up to the Clash lane, where ideally when we link it into this current 1v1 up over on the Clash lanes, it's pretty much a skill matchup where if that Dharma is going to get a little bit more of that priority, Mayin just need to hold back until she gets herself into level 4, get that multiple combos with the whatevers. Whichever is going to be 1-1, 1-2, on how this Mayin could look for a major pickoff, it's going to be very vital. While we move into the second phase, where we're looking at a Dunban, a Gudo, where we're singling out plenty of these jungle options. So I really wonder, are they going to eventually look for maybe an Argon ban, which we've seen a whole lot for?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Ogren being banned will make the most amount of sense, right? And the picks, the Unway, Fade, we've also seen Dun come in here and make a huge difference for a lot of these teams thus far, but that's not going to be the case. Very interesting bans coming through from Team Secret Contra.
Yeah, and once again, going back into what Seoul Esports have shown us thus far, Dolia being picked up, so that means that they can just refresh whoever's ultimate. Whether you want a double truth mantra, it's going to be pretty interesting. But ideally, you want to match that with something over mid lane. So that being said, they will respect Team Secret, knowing that Gusing can actually throw a huge curveball with that Jing pick, which he's looking pretty solid on for some of the matches that we've seen. And I'm thinking this Dolia could be paired with something like a Yi Sing so that you can get that double board rolling on our screen.
Yeah, the Ogren is here as well. A crazy good opportunity to jump behind the enemy's backline and torture them with a second skill, right? The ultimate to summon spirits as well to help him out in when he's in a pickle. Should be able to get Team Secret out of a mess. We're looking at that Blood Rage, a great item for Sun to pick up later on in the game. Let's see if that one kind of gets dragged in. The Menki gets pulled in by Junyong as well on the side of Seoul Esports. We've seen Menki be super effective on the battlefield thus far, constantly just absorbing so much of those hits and being the superstar out there. Talk to me a little bit about him.
Well, when we take a look at all these kind of draft that they actually bring to the table, I mean, when we have so many of all these power options coming in from Team Secret, they will have very strong scalability from that early game heading into the mid game. And when Seoul Esports, they come to play, they are looking for those big AoE setups, right? You got the Blazing Brilliance coming from this Angela, and once it runs out, boom, we're gonna go in for another Blazing Brilliance, and then you have this Menki to also open up the fight at the very same time. So once they actually get the right angles, it's really down to Frost on whether or not can he actually find a strong opening to jump over the back line to assassinate this Lady Sun. So a lot of things to consider, and I think that Nuwa here as the final pick for Team Secret kind of wraps things up a little bit. You want to go in for those slow pokes, making sure that you clear the lane very quickly, and eventually just slowly look for those angles where you could just annihilate the opposition. So that being said, when we take a look into the drafts, which one are you actually favoring so far?
All right, baby, it's time for game one of the day. Seoul Esports up against Team Secret. You ask me who I favor contra. I swear to hell, I don't know, bro. I just hope Seoul Esports can pull one back in here today and make us all excited to watch more of their matches because goodness knows they need a win.
They absolutely do, as we actually kick things off with a triple man setup coming in from Team Secret so early on, making sure that they clear off the wave, and immediately Team Secret is looking for that invade, already working on the boards as they steal just a couple of all these goal away from the pockets of Seoul Esports, and now looking for potential back on JK.
Yep, Junyoung is right there behind him. They hop on in for the backup. Frost go way too low up against Swan. Swan will go ahead to clear out those minion waves. And Frost has to go in here for a reset. There's a potential that he doesn't have to deal with much here as yet another minion wave comes on along. Frost knows that risk and chooses to stay behind.
Yeah, take a look at the Clash lane as well. This Mayen's got a major priority over onto the course of the Clash lane. Not only securing the River Sprite, but bringing Frost this low. One full combo coming from Schwinn in the right moment could actually take out this Dharma since he's already popped the flash so early on.
Team Secret looking for a mighty gank down here on that mid lane. But we're about to have a team fight on our hands, baby. Here comes Gui as well. Gusing tries to pull him back, and he will get exactly what he wants. That hook is on, but Gusing just walks away from that as if nothing happened. Junyoung and JK up against Lone Wolf. Sun hops on in as well to say hello, absorbs some of those hits, and it looks like that knockback is going to put him at bay as Team Secret drops back down, not wanting to over-aggress.
Yeah, very lovely jungle coming in from Seoul Esports, where they've been able to once again match up to the tempo of both Sun as well as Nodomi, while almost getting the catch.
Yeah, it seems like this will be an opportunity for Ricky to do something here, and JK still needs to deal with this double team up against him here at the bot lane, and it seems like help is on the way.
Yeah, it's going to take a while for now, where at this current moment, I think that it's a very steady start, but we're already looking at a 1,000 over goal lead for the side of Team Secret, or just around that margin. So Xuan, he's got all these sort of priority, and Frost is hoping to at least steal that one away, teleporters up, but it's just going to be a little bit back and forth. Probably not going to be able, but the Calvary's here.
Calvary's here indeed. Swan manages to get away. The hook is just not there. Almost snuffed out. No, down at the bottom. And it looks like JK stays alive long enough. The 3v1 will not be able to drag him out of his tower's defenses. Very smartly played by JK.
That's the thing about going up against a Maye. You should always expect her to be having a little bit more of that mobility. Meanwhile, fight going on.
And it just looks like it is going to be the team fight up against Gui. He's just being ganged upon all of them. Frost hops on back in to see if or not he can protect some of his pieces in the jungle, but that Spike Tail is going to be snuck away. Once again, Team Secret understanding they've got that mechanical advantage and constantly invading into the camp of their opponent, Seoul Esports, to bleed them out early.
Yeah, that was an immaculate positioning as well as rotation coming in from Team Secret to be able to punish Ricky so early on. It's going to hurt this Angela for a little bit while we have the 3-man setup over mid side, where this Gusing is just going to be quickly clearing all these resources. As you see, Team Secret's funneling everything onto this jungle.
Yeah, Tyrant time, baby. Let's see exactly who gets the extra buff. Now, when you take the Tyrant down, you just get blessed with extra lightning and magic damage. That's exactly what Seoul Esports needs. But unfortunately, it's just Team Secret doing everything on the map.
Yeah, it's just a little too tough right now, as they were forced to actually let that one slide, as Seoul Esports has got bigger fish to fry to defend both the mid as well as bottom turret.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now here comes the barrage, and the minions are up in town. Sun going in here for as many hits as possible. No doesn't want to back away, and they get that first tier of that bot lane from Seoul Esports. A great enough push by Team Secret down bottom.
Yeah, Shishan just comes in with the emergence, already piling on a little bit more of that pressure. They have to just let go. And so far, Seoul Esports, as much as they've dropped two times so far, they are still pretty much holding on still, but as we look into the gold grab, all these gold being funneled into Goosing, he's going to have a major impact, and they're already looking to make a wide wrap over on the bottom side. Not much to be done at this moment, as there's no way for them to actually work with, so they're going to look for another opportunity. Now, what I really want to see is when exactly does Schwen gets involved into some of all these altercations as well, while we have Seoul Esports just moving around, hoping to find something in return. Goosing spotted out, so there's not going to be the Overlord to be taken at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, Seoul Esports desperately needs this Overlord, at least to keep the pressure on Team Secret. They've already lost that one tower down that bot lane. The other one, tier 2 tower, is under a lot of pressure as well. Goosing once again with the invade into the jungle of Seoul Esports. Gui gets knocked back, launched into the air by Nuongo, but there's no finisher just yet. Frost now absorbing a lot of those hits. Nuongo backs in away, but Swan will pay the high price for overextending. Nuongo on, being caught by Gui, and he's overcommitting as well. But it will just be that first blood that goes the way of Seoul Esports. Very well played defensively, but it's just because Team Secret was being cheeky.
That was perfect from Seoul Esports. That's overzealous being displayed by Team Secret, hoping to stash away that Azure Golem, and, well, actually Crimson Golem. Well, we would take a look at how they navigated Frost with a timely truth matchup, and now that flash coming from JK to dodge the annihilation. That was perfectly played out by JK.
Oh, fantastically played. I mean, JK single-handedly just protecting that bot lane, and his mechanical capabilities have managed to allow him to survive long enough. But now Swan in a 1v2, but in the defensive area of his tower as well. So he's not going to be poked anytime soon. But look at this, man. Seoul Esports barely has anything to play in their camp because of what Team Secret has done to them time and time again. Now, that one death that they gave away, is that going to put them in a bad spot? Not at all. They're right back in it. Let's see what this next push is going to be like.
Yeah, so far playing it to Tien. Gui's already moving in.
Yep, no, just backing up Sun there, making sure he doesn't get hooked in for a big fight. And the drop back for the recovery. Now Crimson Golem down here. Team Secret once again trying to sneak this one away. Ricky and JK trying to protect their Golem. And Gushing, cheeky. Shisan already has that red buff, and now with that extra bit of damage, let's see in this 2v4. I don't think Team Secret wants to take on this big fight.
Yeah, it's just going to be peeling back for now just to clear out the wave. But at the very same time, Sun has been able to find that opening space for them to take down that tier 1 over on top, and now pressurizing over to the top portion of jungle as well. This is still going to be tough to navigate. It's all down to Frost if he can find the angles, and here comes Gui.
Yeah, here comes Gui indeed. A questionable move by Team Seoul Esports earlier on, moving down towards mid, but losing their tower up top. And now that rotation back, they're going in for the chase onto Shisan. Tries the hook. Gui gets nothing from that. A double attempt, and he shows up with absolutely nothing in hand. Team Secret, on the other hand, for the red buff once again. Sun wants all of that damage. Down mid, both teams standing tall with those towers, but the same cannot be said for the bottom and top lane for Seoul Esports.
Yeah, for Seoul Esports, they're willing to actually give this Tyrant away, while they are looking for a little bit more priority to play out around the vision control over a top portion map. Right now, just shoving over on front. Meanwhile, they're just going to be looking if they could still manage that wave. Currently being pushed by Schwen. He's not being manned after all, so that leaves a little bit more of that space for Team Secret to work with, and now looking for a new day.
Yeah, very smart play by Swen here, but now here comes Junyoung as well. Oh, hopping on in! Swen with the distraction, he tried to catch them all back in. Ricky really low though, and no, sis, you cannot get away anywhere, baby. Gushing with a final strike. He goes down, Frost and Gui gets out of that mess, and in the meantime, Team Secret continuously takes advantage of the empty camp on the side of Seoul Esports.
They're still matching to the tempo, where we're looking at Schwen. He found that beautiful angle to come in with a massive control, just dropping over onto that double S1. knocking up Ricky, and eventually they go for the pickoff, but answered back so quickly by Seoul Esports. So far, they're matching up to the tempo. Seoul Esports, in such a short time, they have shown improvements, but it's still 2K behind. There's a little bit of tussle over the mid side where we're looking at another potential fight that will happen as the Overlords coming in a couple of minutes, or perhaps a little bit more priority on the Tyrant, who's also emerging at the same time.
Gushing still poking away at Gui, but his shield is just way too tough to penetrate at this point of time. Seoul Esports, they've fallen behind quite a little bit on that goal, but nothing too crazy to make their way back from. Now it's a 4v1 Gui. Oh, that hook does not come on through. And yet again, another attempt for the Tyrant. This time round, it looks like Team Secret should be able to secure this objective as well. Ricky and Junyong kept at bay by Wonwo. In the meantime, it's gonna be Sun that rips away the Shadow Tyrant, and things get so much more difficult for Seoul Esports.
Yeah, Gui was nowhere near to the Tyrant as well. They understand that they don't really have that priority over that portion of the river, and they have to just let that one slide. But any form of all these Tyrants that you give to Team Secret, they're just going to snowball out of control. Now, once again, the fight for the Crimson, as it's just going to be back and forth, but Gui has already secured it since, you know, the Smite has already been used early on. But now, piling on the pressure over the mid, while this Mayin's going to be making sure that the wave will eventually crash over the top side, and the T2 up top has been looking pretty brittle.
Yeah.
And what I'm really liking about Seoul Esports right now is that every time they actually answer back, they try to focus fire on the singular target. Early on, it was Schwinn. So that keeps them at bay, even if you do have Pure Sky up online. So right at this moment, I don't think there's going to be any form of overcommitment, because they don't understand the fact that as much as the Overlord is still online, they're just not going to have all too much priority since everyone's still up on the board.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It is going to be an opportunity for them. Shadow Tyrant taken away, extra lightning, extra magic damage, and on top of that, increased movement speed just makes Team Secret so much more dangerous. Very smart play by Seoul Esports to just stay behind their defenses off those towers and just make sure it is not breached right now. Once again, they get to push on forth. But the question is, has the damage been done already? A 5k differential when it comes to the goal for Team Secret in advantage.
I don't think it's too heavy at this moment, where one good team fight could still set them back up to pace. But with the Overlord, Shadow Overlord as well, this is going to pile on even more pressure, where if that pressure actually cracks them, it's going to be real tough. Shen just poking and prodding, not too heavy, but no, he's looking for that unbridled smash right now.
Yeah, here comes the Shadow Vanguard as well on that top lane. How will Seoul Esports deal with this pressure? And now, when that comes on through, you know it's just gonna make Team Secret ever so much more powerful as they shut down the tier 2 tower on that mid lane as well. Beautiful setup up top with the Shadow Vanguard, and now as they push on forth, they have to make sure they don't drop the ball. A too early push will put them in an unpredictable situation.
True enough, and what the rest of Seoul Esports have to really rely on is on JK right now. He's already hitting the late game mark as they're hoping to take out this Vanguard, and that pressure might actually take out the inhibitor turret, and there's still more of these Vanguards moving in the way.
And that goes for a super smash up against the tier 3 tower up top lane. Now getting the job done down this mid tower as well. It looks like Team Secret has got Seoul Esports in the bag. One final push for the tower down bottom, and it is all smashed up, opening the crystal up for the taking. Seoul Esports can't do much at all as Team Secret dominates game 1.
Perfection at its finest. Team Secret just showing no remorse whatsoever, despite it not being the cleanest. Seoul Esports have massively improved on how they try to answer back, but what really broke the camel's back on that very final portion of the defense of Seoul Esports was that huge annihilation that does find those two members, and with that deficit, they don't really have enough manpower to actually clear off the waves.
I mean, we talked about this contra. Seoul Esports needed all of the big objectives on the map. They found no big objectives for themselves, right? I mean, even their small objectives, the Crimson Golem kept getting stolen time and time again. Yeah, there were a couple of times where they got that final hit in, but it just wasn't enough. You're talking about the Tyrants, you're talking about the Shadow Tyrant, you're talking about the Shadow Overlord. That up against Team Secret was already a heavy task for Seoul Esports, but with those major buffs, it just made Team Secret uncontrollable. And you just saw the perfection from them. They made this one look way too easy. Unfortunately for Seoul Esports, what they brought in that first game was not enough to tickle Team Secret.
Yeah, overall, when we look at Seoul Esports, I mean, I'm not just trying to, soften the blow a little bit. There definitely is a little bit more of an improvement being displayed where they, of course, they were forced to play a little bit more defensively in most of all these portion of the early game to mid game. When they answered back to all these invades, I think once they got that lead, once it actually matches up, they managed to, at one point, go in almost even on that goal, but eventually they didn't aggress further from that point. They gave a little too much respect to Gusing, and just like that, he just takes over. And so far, when we take a look at the performance of Team Secret members, everyone's working pretty much at 100%, but no so far, clean game, and he's pretty much involved in all of the fights as well on this Zhangfei.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I mean, 8 assists in total. This Zhangfei, as expected, was very irritating to deal with on the battlefield. But look at this, man. The goal difference between Frost as well as Swan. A total of 3,000 goal. Obviously up there on that clash lane. It is going to be making a big difference. This Dharma did not serve it up hot this time, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, and I would still say Frost definitely have shown up decently, especially on that fight on the first invade. He's the one who managed to go into obliterate their backline, just jump on board to just execute the truth mantra. But at the very same time, we want to see more Frost on the table, which he wasn't exactly too present because he has to be dealing with waves after waves over on the side lanes. Meanwhile, take a look at the damage coming from Sisan. I mean, he's just perfectly playing out this new one.
Yeah, I mean, the Nova with the range on those shots, especially when you mechanically pull it off at the perfect time, those teleports could be deadly. But Gui as well, on the side of Seoul Esports, really picking up the slack for the rest of his team members. And I mean, we saw he was that walking tank, absorbing all of the damage, but on top of that, also dishing out quite a bit on behalf of Seoul Esports. Just unfortunate that he couldn't really allow the rest of his team members to help him snowball in that matchup.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree. Like, I felt like perhaps there's just not too much that can be followed up because you're playing on the Dolia instead of the engaged support at the very same time. So it was very heavily reliant on Frost. So when we take a look at the goal graph at a certain margin of the 5-minute mark, that's where that invasion happened. And Team Secret, they got held back. But I was expecting Seoul Esports to once again reaggress and just take back that tempo that they lost. But it didn't seem like it was the case. They were dancing around that mid lane where they allowed the rest of Team Secret to still funnel all these resources, especially on the amount of Tyrants that they've secured. Team Secret, when you give them all of that, they are happily going to be walking away with that lead.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, a total of 9 towers smashed by Team Secret. They did not leave any cookie crumbs for anybody else. They swept it. And overall, once again, double Tyrants, the Shadow Tyrant, as well as the Shadow Overlord, all claimed by Team Secret to turn a small win into a bigger one and then continuously bash their opponents in game number 1. But the good news is it's a best of 3. But the MVP for game number 1, none other than Shisan. 1 elimination, a total of 5 assists, 38% of the damage dished out by this Nuwa. How do you even do that, Contra?
You know, what's really impressive is that there's barely any damage taken. That's just 4% from Shisan. And you saw he was playing aggressively with the emergence, TPing down bottom side, and the moment that the rest of Seoul Esports were seeing that TP channel, they are running, tilling off of that situation because they need to respect Shisan. And so far, we saw that final fight where he drops the Annihilation. It clips onto the 2 targets that were low enough, and that's how they actually open up the entirety of the base of Seoul Esports.
when you are dishing the most amount of damage out there and taking the least amount of damage, yeah, you're kind of walking around like the god of honor of kings out there in the Gorge. This is insanity at this point of time as to how this man pulled it off. But you know, when those picks are right, when you've got the right amount of mechanical skills in there, and your Shisa, the way you keep the distance between yourself and your opponents, it's just going to be a game changer. But these are the highlights, Contra, as to how they picked up that phenomenal victory.
Yeah, so far, Team Secret understood what their objectives are. You want to put Ricky behind. You want to put Frost behind as well. And then the rest of the targets will be pretty much a piece of cake after that. And Ricky has been picked off a couple of times, which is where it is tough when you want to get that double Blazing Brilliance. We don't really get to see that coming out from the Dolia or even the Angela at all. So very, very unfortunate. If there's going to be any switch up, I think that, you know, Jungle looks fine with the Mankey, but they won't be able to play Mankey this time around. So I wonder what exactly will be the take, because they've exhausted that Dolia pick. There's just so many combos you can work with. I kind of wish that perhaps in the draft in form of ideation, Angela, surely she's really strong in the form of damage and has a stun to come alongside with her kit, but she's highly mobile. You need somebody that could always give a little bit more control. I would ideally like to see Seoul Esports, if they want to come up with something similar again, bring up that Yixing. I mean, it is going to give you a little bit more in what it offers on those team fights, and perhaps that's where, when we take a look at what went on, so Esports, whenever they try to answer back, they only find like maybe one pick or even two pick at best. You want that big collapse when you are looking for a 5v5 composition. That AoE setup, we don't really get to see the full picture for most of it.
Yeah, I think, you know, if Seoul Esports manages to bring this Yixing in for the play, then perhaps they can manage to catch off more of these Team Secret players, right? I mean, you know, the ability to launch them up into the air and then imprison them just long enough to get the job done, because we saw mechanically it was just so tough to catch the Team Secret players. They were invading the camp of Seoul Esports time and time again, and they were walking out without a scratch on their backs. This is something that should not be allowed to happen once again in Game 2. Of course, if this is a repeat, then it's going to be an easy 2-0 for Team Secret. It looks like Seoul Esports hasn't been able to push their buttons just yet, but I really like what they did with that Mankey earlier. Unfortunately, bro, it's global bans. You are not going to be able to pick them again, so I'm actually a little worried for Seoul Esports for this next game.
Yeah, but at the very same time, credit where once again it's due. Team Secret, they actually have a solid game plan out there where Shen, he gets to do whatever he wants, right? Like, even if this Mayin goes down, when the backup arrives, you saw it was pretty much overwhelming, that it really forced some of these members of Seoul Esports to play slightly more passive from what we actually saw. That was also one of the first few Mayins that we are actually getting here in week 1. So I'm happy with what I see, because he managed to out-trade that Dharma, making sure that Frost does not actually get a decent way to get into his items. And that's kind of why we are looking at this Dharma to be pretty much starved out. Not much damage to be done, not much being offered back other than trying to answer on some of all these rotations. So I guess if we are going to be looking into the bigger picture for the side of Seoul Esports, they can go in for a very similar draft, maybe with a little bit more of a solid foundation on whether if they could call engages whenever they want it to be.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, obviously, this has to be the case, right? And obviously, we also got to see a sneak peek into Team Secret's strategy here up against Seoul Esports, just kind of piling on 3 players down mid. And then just when they thought that, all right, these guys are going to back away, they went in there for the straight-up invade early game, stole away the Crimson Golem. And this was a huge blow to the side of not just the jungler on the side of Seoul Esports, but to their mid laner as well, because just that overwhelming presence, extra bit of damage from the players on the side of Team Secret didn't really allow them to go in for the push. That mid tower, though, stood tall for quite a little bit. So overall, Seoul Esports at least did well in that department, Contra.
Yeah, I think like they're so far matching up to the tempo of the members of Team Secret at the very least. So in order for them to perhaps excel a little bit better is to eventually have, you know, a little bit more priority on the objectives, right? When we take a look at, you know, how Seoul Esports have played out, when you're on that Dolia, I guess that they are having a slight fear of getting picked off at the very same time. So what they can improve on is perhaps a little bit more vision control on their rotation. And that's where they can actually see if it's viable in the form of getting themselves into the perfect equation to take on a decent team fight. So, of course, once again, back on the drawing board, we're quickly moving into the bans already. So, no Dharma this time, no Dolia. Something that they played out on the last game. And I guess, like, Team Secret, they have still many options to play around with. So, Zhang Fei taking out the list, Mayin. So, it feels like they're reminding themselves, oh, this is what we played last game, and it does not matter. They want to open up that pool, and because of that, My Shiranui is left on the table, quickly answered back by Arlie and Diadia.
We get to see Arlie in the mix this time around. I've been waiting for this, right? I mean, her skills to reduce the enemy health whilst ensuring minimal damage is taken. Dude, that's actually going to make Gushing a monster on the battlefield if they didn't already need to be that. So, Seoul Esports, I'm waiting to see exactly what Gui drags in here to play a fantastic counter.
That's right, and on top of that, when you have Diadia to always protect you, and when there's probably problems lying in the weights, the Light Swing will always knock them back at, oh, they finally get themselves that Argon pick. And you mentioned that you're a Hou-Yi main. I'm definitely happy about that because I play Hou-Yi too, but at the very same time, Hou-Yi, highly immobile, but when you let him farm to the late game, he's got one of the nastiest attack speed in the game. So I guess it's a decent answer to Arlie, but typically you would see a Lady Sun that has been played by Team Secret last game. Aguduna picked up as well to also keep up to the pace. So you have that beefy front line for this Arlie to be able to do whatever she pleases. Now, Seoul Esports got to find a way to catch this Arlie other than just having the Maestro Renee.
I'm actually quite worried about that Hou-Yi because, you know, he can tend to be a tad bit squishy. Like you said, mobility-wise, he's not the best. And if he can't really farm early game, late game, he's not going to be of much use. And what we saw happening in that first game earlier, Team Secret did not allow Seoul Esports to farm all that too much. So hopefully, Seoul Esports has got some sort of a counter strategy here to allow themselves some breathing space early parts of this game, or else it's just going to snowball out of control here, Contra.
Yeah, a lot of all these supports have been taken on the list over on to the second phase of the bans. I'm thinking that perhaps if they really want to go for Zhang Fei to be a mid-shield, you're still going to be poked and prod by this huge combo coming in from Arlie and Diadia, but what are the options realistically? Sun Tzu now locked in for Team Secret as they go blindly onto the Clash matchup. So Esports, last we saw was a Dharma. Now, to match up to the Sun Tzu, I'm thinking that you need something beefy. If you want to go for something as neutral as a Byron, that's absolutely feasible. But at the very same time, that's just going to be a big meat shield, which perhaps that's what's needed from Seoul Esports at the moment because they've yet to pick up their support. They have yet to pick up their Clash lane. And either one of them has to be a tanky front line. So JK Jin Young, very, very important on what they decide right now. As you can see, the timer's ticking all the way down to what's it gonna be? Like I said, Byron, you need that meat shield and this Cheyenne to continuously give you some heals and just to keep yourself sustaining. I think it's a decent answer, but is it the best answer though?
I mean, it has to be, right? I mean, the Cayenne should be able to beef them up quite a little bit, keep them alive a little bit longer, and they're going to have to depend on that Byron to do quite a bit of the damage. But up against Aguro, and we've seen how Shisan, you know, maneuvers around the battlefield very, very well, down in the jungle, and not only in their own jungle, perhaps in Seoul Esports jungle as well. This Aguro is going to be pretty irritating to deal with. But we do have Nono here, who can bring in one final weapon into the mix. One more second to go, and obviously has to make up his mind. I think he has, though, Contra.
Yeah, what exactly does he want to answer to the Mai Shiranui? Oh, he's got the Yixing on board, so we are expecting some really huge AoE setups coming in from Team Secret. At the very same time, whoever this Yixing actually catches with the board, or even if he does actually get the launch going, then you will expect Team Secret to go in for that immediate collapse. Once again, pay attention to how this Mai Shiranui plays out, especially when you have an Ogren to eventually sweep in to execute any of these players. So I'm excited for both of these drafts, actually.
Well, you are the pro. I'm the noob. I'm excited for Team Secret because I mean, I was expecting that Yixing to go to the side of Seoul Esports. They need to be able to control Team Secret's maneuvering around the battlefield a little bit more so they have the time to go in there for the eliminations. But unfortunately, it seems to be done the opposite way, right? It's Team Secret that now gets to launch them up into the air, imprison them where they stand. I am not liking the sound of that for Seoul Esports.
Yeah, immediately once we go into the draft, we take a look at the top portion map. It's going to be early Dada against this Byron. He's going to soak all that pressure as they're already going for that early lane swap. So he's just got to hold still, and Frost, he's being bullied right now.
Oh my lord, Frost just cheekily being chased here. And obviously, they're going to go back in here for the gang potentially down the mid lane. Ricky trying to stop them in a 1v3. Nah, bro. You do not go in for that one. Ricky realizes the impending doom, instantly disengages, and chooses to tease Shisun down mid lane once again.
Yeah, just like that. This is just going to be Sun having a field day out. I mean, he managed to even take away the Beast Camp at the very same time. Well, they're trying to actually create that space for Ricky to be able to have certain impact at the very same time, just funneling all these resources to Gui. So, looking at the bottom side, JK understand that there's going to be piling pressure over on the bottom end. So he's got to play it safe at all costs because Puyi, what's his weakness? He's got no mobility.
No mobility at all, bro. And here comes the beautiful launch! Gushing going in for the shutdown onto Gui. Can he get away in time? Puts him up into the air again, and they want to go in for the finish, and Gushing does manage to get that final play in hand. And now it's Junyong trying for his dear life to get away from all of this pressure, but the stun coming on through by Ricky will put a little bit of a pause to the aggression, and it is Seoul Esports that manages to survive long enough. Thank goodness for that backup.
What a catch coming from Goosing, where we saw he's just confidently handling the situation all by himself for most portion, where he just drops in the force mobilization just to keep them pretty much slowed at all costs, eventually finding Gui, which they've been falling resources to. Now Gui's behind, and you're having no camps at all to clear off. It's devastating for this Ogren.
This is something that we kind of saw coming, but Seoul Esports looking to play a triple push down here bot lane. They know they've got this minion wave to play around with. Only one defender near that tower, but at the same time, backup is not too far away, and Seoul Esports does not overextend. Just clearing off that minion wave. I think they have got their plan in the right place. They want to go for that major objective in 60 seconds. It's either the Tyrant or the Overlord. They've got to take a pick.
Yeah, speaking of taking a pick here, well, JK has also got to find a golden burning sun arrow to hit directly on the mark. But you got to keep in mind, Harley's going to be looking to also take off that projectile as well if you don't really time it correctly. So it is definitely a little pressure, but quicker pressure.
Almost caught the guy, and now Gushing immune to Gui for that one final moment, but he rolls away pretending nothing ever happened. It'll be the toss ball claimed by Ricky, and back to business as usual for Seoul Esports. But I'm loving their pacing so much more in this game too, as opposed to the first game.
Yeah, looking at the current tempo at the very least, Seoul Esports, as much as they have Gui dropping early on, they're still matching up to speed. The goal isn't exactly swinging too much in favor of Team Secret right now. So it is very decent as we're already looking at JK working on that Tyrant. So this is going to be huge. We're looking for answers coming from Team Secret. Oh, the knockup.
Come on, and Gui takes it for Seoul Esports. That's what we're talking about. But he's going to get caught out though. A sliver of health left on him. And here comes Gushing as well, launching him up into the air. JK with the double kill. But Gushing going in for the catch. Scraps him in place, and Gui will be pulled down into the depths of despair. A double for Gushing, and Seoul Esports, they got the objective, but they got smashed right after.
I was looking for answers from Team Secret, and I got a massive crashing of a wave. That set sail from Strand was huge. 4 members taking out, Team Secret back in control despite losing it on that Tyrant.
How do you even deal with Team Secret, man? You just took an objective to turn the tides in your favor. And then you just got sent back to on that reset. Knocked back once again, and Sun burns up Frost. Looks like he's a melted popsicle now.
Yeah, Ricky might actually be next as well. They're just constantly jumping in.
He's got the tower. He's got the backup. But it looks like Team Secret doesn't get has to back away very low. But Ricky just cannot get away in time. Team Secret dominating. And look at this reposition coming on through. The pressure down mid as well. But Gui is there for the defense. It's a 3v2 until JK shows up to even up the odds.
The renewed confidence after winning out that team fight. You saw Sun as well as No. They're just diving in. They know that there's not much that Frost can actually offer on this Byron because he starved out so early. Look at that level difference. So when you're taking a look, this marksman is not supposed to be all too high up over on the charts in terms of EXP, but making it work as they also secure the Overlord this time around. So an eye for an eye, but take a look at Seoul Esports. They want something in return.
Yeah, they've got the Shadow Vanguards coming up as well. Team Secret with a huge advantage. Those Shadow Vanguards do a massive amount of damage to towers, reducing the damage received from those towers as well. So Team Secret now has got this advantage. They want to push those towers. They invade the jungle of Seoul Esports. They want to rip away the souls as well. And now that minion push comes on through bot. Tier 2 tower shut down by Team Secret, and nothing Seoul Esports could do about that. Look at Gushing overextending as well. T3 tower down bot. And Team Secret wants to take it all away.
Yeah, they gotta at least funnel more of these members over to the bottom side. Burning Sun arrow gets blocked! That's why you picked that early, because you could just negate away any form of threats. Just like that, now things are starting to neutralize. I say neutralize, but Team Secret, they're absolutely leading this one on the table. So recuperating is the look that I've been looking for. Now T1 over mid, slowly getting crushed, looking for a catch on Junior.
Oh, here comes the Vanguard. Before the Vanguard can even get that, they smash the tower instead. And now they want to catch on to Frost as well. They managed to immobilize him, stun him as well. A sliver of health, and Wono drops him like it's hot. Gui ain't getting nowhere. The tower's about to be smashed as well, thanks to Vanguard. And Team Secret turns the pace of the game so quickly around, just when we thought Seoul Esports stands a chance.
That fight was just a full windfall landslide in the favor of Team Secret. Now we're already looking at all 3 turrets crush over the mid. This is just looking absolutely rough. Once again, Chuan's timing on those set steals were immaculate. The way that he actually pulls it off, and now he's trying to look for another pickup.
Yeah, Hoi with the ultimate, but that finds absolutely no one. Nobody's home on the top lane. And here comes the one and only kickoff. Can he get stunned? Swan literally walks out of there unscathed. And Team Secret now have an opportunity to continue pushing down this bot lane. Stun Shisan in his tracks, and Seoul Esports hanging on for their dear life.
Yeah, how many attempts coming from that Burning Sun arrow, and it has always been blocked by that early, so you gotta have somebody to commit into a fight. Frost is not exactly the tank that he wants to be at this moment because he's having major deficits at this moment. So ideally, who's gonna be burning off whatever these kind of projectiles that Sun needs to block? Somebody's gotta do something about it.
Dude, I mean, objective after objective now. This is just Team Secret snowballing into a unbelievable monster. They also have the Tyrant on their side. They've got that extra layer of damage in here as well, and they want to go for that tier 3 tower on the top lane. Seoul Esports laying back. They've got that extra defense out of the tower, but can they deal with this mid lane push by those minions as well? And their defensive forces have been split. Frost hanging on for his dear life. A single man defense down mid, but up top, here comes the smash, a sliver more, and the tower gets dropped.
My, just like that, 2 members taken off the list and looking for JK! Oh, just like that, they're already making their mark.
And it looks like they just don't care, man. Shisan, a sliver of health left on him. He doesn't even want to hit the crystal yet, and finally gets stunned. But this is a easy 2-0 for Team Secret.
A clean victory, and that's what we have expected the outcome to be for Team Secret, but that was a masterclass performance. Even despite, they gave some of all these prio in the form of My Shironi being kicked up, but I don't really see all these huge Cho Hisatsus to be actually funneled through effectively because of all these form of leads that they actually lost in the early game. I think it starts to fall apart once you have Goi taken off. So a little bit of that tempo have actually been lost from that early game, and then you know the usual shenanigans, invade happening. But at the very same time, the only form of play that we actually got going for the side of Seoul Esports was that take onto that Tyrant. Even so, what did it cost? 4 members. Like, they managed to pick off that Arlie for the first time as alongside with No. But even despite that, they should expect that there is going to be a little bit more of that presence as that Sunta came crashing through, and just like that, I think the whole game was broken up loose.
Yeah, for Seoul Esports, on that Tyrant, it is as if they got the phone number from the girl, but their best friend got the date, my friend. That's just not the way to go with it. Team Secret smashing them the moment they picked up the Tyrant. You are absolutely right? 4 players lost to that objective, and basically the objective never got played at all in terms of buffs. And then from then on, it was just Team Secret snowballing big objective after big objective after big objective. Seoul Esports, they had the draft, but they did not have the mechanical skills to outmaneuver Team Secret. They tried, they just could not pull it off.
What can I actually say? I mean, it's just a total outclass over on mid lane. Ricky 2 games in a row having no significant impact into this matchup. Something needs to change in the form of how they actually prioritize. And when you go for a My Shironi pick, you are supposed to play super proactively. And what did they do with that proactivity? You're just trying to funnel all gold towards the side of this Archon. Then it doesn't really matter too much. You gotta assist Frost, who's struggling over the top side, which, you know, he's been trying to be that form of mid shield, still deals significant damage, but at the very same time, they don't really have a clear answer onto who catches Sun in majority of all these fights. And maybe they match to find it once, but the rest of the fights, it's null. Gusing, I think like he has been one of the key members out there throughout the course of the fight, from that first pickoff till the entirety of the game, because this Agudo has been annoyingly difficult to go up against.
Oh yeah, absolutely irritating. I think we kind of knew that was going to be the case when that Agudo got picked up by Gushing. We've seen the Agudo in action, we've seen Gushing in action. Them in a combination just means Team Secret looks pretty unstoppable up against Seoul Esports. Good try by Seoul Esports, though. JK, unfortunately, just could not get many of those arrows to connect. Very few times where the ultimate from that Hui actually even came in to play any big role in these team fights. And that was a big miss overall for Seoul Esports. But they did put up a very strong fight at the start, though. I really loved the starting pace of Seoul Esports in Game 2 as opposed to Game 1. But still, it was not enough to match up to Team Secret.
Yeah, I guess once again, falling back to the draft itself, Seoul Esports, they gotta also consider, you know, maybe eventually shifting towards an engaged support so that there is more frontline for their carries to actually work around the map. I think like in the form of tempo in the early game, you saw how evenly it was played out, but that after after the first time it was taken out, everything just went into favor of Team Secret because of how they've been always proactively punishing this Byron who's farming up against a 2 versus 1 matchup. And on top of that, it's just hardware. There's no form of backing coming in from the rest of Seoul Esports. So once again, they got a lot of homework to do.
This is the first time I'm ever seeing on the graph a graph team taking down a big objective in the name of a Tyrant, and then you see their line kind of dipping, right? And that's all thanks to Team Secret kind of prioritizing the objective there. As Seoul Esports was chugging away at the life of that Tyrant, Team Secret were taking in cheap shots at them to finish them off. And obviously Seoul Esports thinking that they could hang on as long as they consume that Tyrant, but obviously Team Secret showing them it's very, very important to focus on your health bar. It's very important to focus on the positioning of your opponents as well. That wasn't played right. They got punished. But like you said, right, Contra, it's all about the journey. And it didn't take this guy one try. Gushing has been at this for a long, long time, failing and improving time and time again to get to this spot. And he is the MVP of Game 2.
Yeah, no surprises. Absolutely flawless on this Agudo, and so far has been putting himself literally in the front of everybody of Seoul Esports, and yet he is not even taken off the list because, of course, there's other major targets that Seoul Esports have to work up against. Goosink so far have secured probably his third or second MVP this time around. So far, Team Secret, they absolutely picked a golden boy. I don't know how exactly they did that process, but I absolutely love Goosink to bits. You know, a lot of people were having that conversation. Oh, we miss our ex-members out there. Man, I think that with Goosink, you could expect him to really take charge, and that's what I love about this new look for Team Secret.
Amen, brother. 4 eliminations, 10 assists, 28% damage, 31% of the total damage taken. Man's a tank out there. But here are the match highlights, and this is where we kind of saw how Team Secret just very, very smartly maneuvered around them. And this could be the tyrant, right? When they took that away, Seoul Esports, the instant focus for Team Secret was to shut them down one after the other.
Yeah, and take a look at this as well. That set cell timed perfectly, and JK was actually recalling under the turret.
Yeah.
Yet again, Schwen just went in deep dive. He knows that there's nowhere he could run, and just like that, those 4 kills taken by the side of Team Secret, they just snowball. And speaking of snowball, when you have that Agudo, I mean, it's just so tough. And when you pair it with Schwen's overwhelming set sales, it's just a recipe of catastrophe to be offered to the rest of SE.
Yeah, it just didn't happen to help the mission of Seoul Esports, that those vanguards were there as well to help a very, very strong and tanky Team Secret move on up and smash all of their towers. But I have to say, game number 1, beautiful Honor of Kings games back to back. Yes, at the expense of Seoul Esports, but it was a delight to watch that victory coming through from Team Secret. As far as Seoul Esports is concerned, this is the true test of a champion, right? It's not about how many games you win, it's about how many games you lose and then continue to stand back up and improve day after day to come back and one day prove that you are capable of stepping it up.
That's right. And of course, congratulations to Team Secret. That's $300 in their pocket as well. So, you know, it definitely matters in the long run.
Yeah.
So,
350, bro. They participated as well.
I forgot about that. I got to do my maths, work on that. So, at the very same time, I mean, what's the major takeaway here is that so far, Seoul Esports, they have improved their early game tempo, the way that they played, the way that they held on. It's just that mid-game decision makings as well as certain things definitely need to see them step up a little bit because they kind of tunnel vision onto even the Tyrant takedown, which is the first objective that they've secured thus far. After that, there was no plan B. That plan B, if it was existent, I see none of it. So Secret, they're definitely on the right tempo, on the right journey. We have expected Team Secret to be able to come up a hit in this series, but at the very same time, you know, they still have to chase up a hit because they have some of all these other series that played out, which didn't exactly end up too cleanly. And it's good showing coming out of Team Secret that they can actually execute their playstyle at ease once they actually get small elites. And this is just one small little stepping stone into matching up to speed with eventually going up for that rematch against AG Global.
And this is what happens when you take advice from a noob like me. I told them, I said, Seoul Esports, they need to take the objectives no matter what. No, there are certain conditions.
You can, at a cost.
There are certain conditions where you step away and you don't deal with that, right? But I totally agree with you, man. I mean, there was no plan B, but it wasn't a full-on mistake, right? They went in there. It's just that how Team Secret followed up with the loss of the Tyrant, that was beautiful. The perfectly timed skills, the perfectly timed ultis to catch Team Seoul Esports as they try to get away after consuming the Tyrant, that was a thing of beauty. And obviously it depends on which side of the coin you're looking at this from. Obviously for Seoul Esports, that was not beautiful. That was a disaster. But as far as Team Secret is concerned, that's how you want to excite your fan base. It was phenomenal how they executed that. I mean, if you're a Team Secret fan, you are very happy right now with how your team's performing.
Yeah, overall, I feel like everybody is pretty much a Team Secret fan if you're based in Malaysia. I mean, even, of course, fans of Nova, fans of BSC. There's just so many of all these top of the list teams that have performed outstandingly in the international stages, and, of course, continues to wow us here in the MKL spring season. So we still got many more matches to go, which we'll be able to cover later on. So what's next? I definitely want to, of course, anticipate what we will have to see later on.
Yeah, everybody's a Team Secret fan except me. I'm a sole esports fan. I mean, they resemble me right now in the competition. I've made these same mistakes as well. I really want to see this underdog squad rise up to the occasion. I mean, I'm not looking for a lot, right? Just pull away one map from these big teams. I mean, game after game, we just need to see the improvement. Why I think they can be kind of dependent on to pull at least one game away is based on how they made those adjustments come through in game number 2, right? They were too lackadaisical in terms of the approach in game number 1. They got their jungle invaded. But game 2, you didn't see them overextending, and you see them actually keep Team Secret at bay. It was the loss. It's actually the win at the Tyrant that turned negative against them. And that's so unfortunate, right? You kind of think that you've got this going right. You are pulling off those defenses perfectly. You've claimed the first big objective, and then you snowball into the gut. Yeah, that I feel bad for Seoul Esports, bro. It happens to the best of us. It happened to them today.
Yeah, and of course, well, up next we do have Nova versus O2 Esports. You don't want to miss this one because we can expect some big action. Nova, so far, no changes to the roster. O2, the new kids on the block, they're not exactly new per se because majority of their players hail from Weibo Gaming. They also added players from Rogue Warriors who may have actually played back in the KPL, so that's what we look forward to. So we'll take a short moment and we will come back after a few minutes, so don't go anywhere as we bring you more action here in the MKL spring season.
I speak and write my mind.
Let's enjoy today and not worry about tomorrow.
All the watchful eyes are waiting for a star.
An enlightened heart cannot be extinguished easily.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes, protect the environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Perhaps our next meeting will be as friends. A single thread of silk connects faraway friends. Watch carefully. I'll only show you once. Trees bear tender mulberries. Raise the silk. Thousand wishes make thousand threads. The elders of this land say that one must lay down roots before venturing into the world. Hi, I am a humble little herb, born amid the verdant flora of this world. We plants contribute nourishment, healing, clean water, and a beautiful environment to this planet. Thank you for your efforts in safeguarding our ecosystem and preserving a habitat that supports the existence of all living beings.
Forests are the layer of life around the planet that supports everything that we do. It produces the water, the fresh water that we drink. It produces the air that we breathe. It produces the food that we eat. Forests are integral, the most important habitat type for humans. So when you think about forests, when you think about nature and the beauty of forests, you also have to think about that utility, the usefulness of forests, and how important those forests are to us.
One of the things that makes me feel the most sad when I see degraded forests or lost mangroves is the impact that has on local people's daily lives. These forests aren't just something to look at for them. They're something to live in. They provide all of their food, all of their shelter, all of their fresh water. And when we take that away, it really harms their lives and the lives of their children, and that makes me feel really sad. Most people around the world live in a city, and they don't spend as much time out in nature as they would like or that they are able to. So gaming helps to bring nature to people. If people can't get into nature, let's bring nature to where they are and get them to experience it. The other thing about gaming is that it's something you experience with your friends. And so that's a shared experience of nature that you're all able to join in at the same time.
Bringing that value to that audience who play games, and it's all of us, we all do this. So bringing that message to those, to all of us who play games and helping to engage those people constructively in the conservation of nature is a critical role for games.
I think the gaming industry and gamers can help 3 ways. First, by using creativity to educate people about the wonder of forests. Second, by helping people understand that these forests are at risk. And third, by helping offset their emissions by supporting organizations and projects that help protect forests and biodiversity.
Thank you for bringing beauty to our planet and our lives. Play for our planet. You are heroes protecting our world. Thank you. Dedicated to all protectors of nature.
Thank you for staying with us here as we dive into our second matchup of the day, and this is going to be a highlight of our Sunday run as we will see Nova Esports to take on O2 Esports. Once again, it's Contra here with my favorite buddy, Mustachio AJ.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction, Contra. Look, man, you've got me and my tongue twisted already, right? We are looking forward towards Nova taking on O2. Both of these teams have a lot of promise in the competition, and we saw that phenomenal victory that Nova took over Black Shoe Esports. Now, this has got us all hyped up because if they can beat the ex-champions, then perhaps they can continue to smash everybody else as well, right? Because Nova themselves, in their own rightful position, are the champions of the Honor of Kings Season 3. So these are some pretty heavy hitters on their side, and they take on O2, a team that has been pretty much reconstructed from Weibo Gaming. Many of their players are here, and we also have White, that's an imported player from China, right? So he's got all of the knowledge needed to go out there and absolutely dominate. So this is a matchup that I'm really looking forward to, Contra.
Yeah, me too. I mean, let's take a look at the stacked roster for both sides as we got our familiar names, of course, with Nova's very own Waypit, Wendy, Xuan, CY, as well as Muchi, and of course, a lot of fresh faces and also familiar faces as O2 comprises of ex-members of WBG as well as Rogue Warriors players to be on board as well. So this is definitely super exciting to see when they go head-to-head.
Absolutely. O2 with a lineup of K1, Care, Kongling, White, as well as WH to go out there and dominate up against Nova, the champions at one point and the annihilator of champions just the other day. I think this is going to be a tough fight for O2 overall. But if they manage to walk away with the victory here, it is actually going to be quite momentous for the brand as a whole, Contra.
Yeah, overall, I would think over the past couple of all these series, back in the past, these two, they're absolutely familiar with how they play up against. Yeah. So what kind of improvements are we going to be looking at the side of these members of O2 Esports? Sure, under the new banner, perhaps bringing in some of all these players like wide on the block. I want to see what he could actually offer to the table, because maybe from the past couple of series that they played throughout the course of the week, it hasn't been them at their full strength just yet. And once we do actually see that, how does it actually look like up against the world champions of the KWC? So as we quickly dive into the draft, immediately we're seeing a lot of all these usual staples to be taken out of the list. Dharma, Luna, Mai. Unplayable for our first game.
Absolutely, and obviously, you know, these are the top picks usually, and you want to be taking them out of the equation so you don't have to deal with the heavy firepower very early on, especially with that Mai. We've seen how Dharma, in the right hands, you know, is capable of multi-kills out there in a big team fight. But Arlie being dragged in here by O2 Esports, this is a very, very strong pick, Contra. You've talked about Arlie so many times already. I think this is going to be pretty integral for their victory over Nova Esports.
Definitely, and if they don't really pick their marksman on this first draft, then you definitely don't want to give it away to Nova Esports. And when you move into the second draft, you probably won't actually get to even land a hand on this early. Meanwhile, Nova also pick up that Mayin, so it's definitely going to be a very interesting to see. Majority of the case, when you actually go up against another class laner, Byron could actually match up to the tempo of how Mayin plays, just try to soak up as much damage and also offering blow for blow. So I would think that O2 Esports have decent answers, especially now that Dieta being opened up so early on. They quickly secure it. You saw the impact of that displayed by Team Secret on that previous draft, and I guess that this Soundfade will have to also keep himself pretty much on right positions to catch up majority of all these targets. And I would just say, Nova Esports, I love the first phase where they also secured the DRJ. So very, very safe. Not really revealing all the cards for Nova just yet.
Yeah, I appreciate that, right? Because they take out that Mai, they bring in Renji. Mai would have been pretty irritating to deal with overall, and Renji, his ultimate reduces the defenses of the front row of your enemies, as well as that skill number 2 to really control that crowd in these team fights. This is that kind of impact Nova Esports should be bringing into the fights up against O2, who really love to play together out there in the Gorge, right? So really good pick coming on from them. They're going to take the Garnenmore out, as well as the Menki. Really good bans coming through as well to make sure White and WH don't really have a lot of tanky defensive options.
Oh, wow. Now I get to see a little bit of what Nova Esports is looking for. But ideally, you're looking for early game pickoffs, especially with Pei. You want to get that tempo running, and then to back it up, you have Mayin. Whoever she kicks back to the team, it's going to be 100-0, whoever that guy is on the receiving end. Meanwhile, O2, you know, they took out the Musashi. They can see that they need answers from Nova to actually draw the back line up against this Arlie, and that answer was actually paid. So O2, they got to also find a way to not only also soak in the pressure. Instead, and when we talk about soaking pressure, it's always best to bring in that Agudo, who's still pretty much available. And now pairing it alongside with the Princess Foss. So huge AoE setups. I kind of like it from what O2 is bringing on the table.
I absolutely agree with you, right? When Pei was brought in, you know that they're going to be playing a extremely aggressive jungle, and Agudo being able to absorb a lot of those hits and sustain the battles to make sure they don't really lose a lot of their early objectives in the game within their own camp is truly integral here for O2 Esports to kind of maintain this pressure up against Nova Esports. But Waypit here with the final option. One more second for the pick. He obviously is taking his own sweet time, but we understand exactly what the complication is here, right? Because this lineup needs to be solid, and he walks in with the Lady Zen. Contra, your thoughts on this, my friend?
I actually really do like it, as it just provides you with enough crowd control, lock down a target. If it's going to be the Agudo that's freely roaming around, like, you could just basically stop him on the tracks, especially now you pair it with that Pei as well as Mayin. So she just amplifies that catching potential of Nova Esports in that essence.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at these two teams and their picks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's going to be O2 Esports taking on Nova Esports in this next matchup. And we all know it's not going to be an easy fight for either one of them. Will this brand new up and coming roster for O2 make a big difference out there? Will White make a big impact out there We'll have to wait and see up against the champions of the Honor of Kings Invitationals Season 3, Nova Esports.
Yeah, we gotta see whether if it's gonna be a big splash that they can offer on the table. While we're looking at a dual setup over on mid lane, just to ensure that this early will have a very safe space to actually work around with. And by having your marksman up there, you can make that massive rotation to put some pressure onto this Mayin. So there's just no options available for Mayin to even consider that River Sprite over onto the river.
And O2 going in here for a very aggressive push, and that will be responded to by Nova, that steps by to steal away that fire beak. So 1-for-1 for both of the sides.
Yeah, and ideally when we take a look at this kind of switch up, Princess Boss probably won't have too much of an issue going up against this Deer and Jish. All she has to do is just to keep her distance, making sure that there is a little available space, and that is where they're hoping to pounce onto Waypit. But we assume that, you know, in the early game, all these teams are super wary, so not gonna be a big catch. Waypit's the one taking a slide into this equation. Very interesting.
Yeah, very, very aggressive coming through from O2. Obviously, the tower still got its shield up, so they were just tickling away at it. But the bigger objective was to take Zwan out of the equation, which they fail at, of course. He was very capable of maintaining his distance. WH, with a sliver of health, will be able to back away to the defenses of his own tower. And Nova will get to pressure them back. But here comes Wendy as well for the gang. But that's just a teaser for what O2 can expect.
Yeah, just keeping them at bay at all costs and just lowering their health burden. And that Pei is now getting that free access over onto the Crimson Golem at the very same time. So you expect that full collapse for members to be able to pounce on them, as O2 are also going for an equal exchange. But here comes Mayin.
Yeah, here comes Zwan as well to make sure their Crimson does not get stolen away. And Nova, this is a 1-0, and look at Sai going in here for the red buff for himself as well, for the extra bit of advantage. And if you guys are new to this, extra true damage and slows from that red buff, that's exactly what these teams are looking for. And Nova has gotten 2 players on that already. Here comes Sai as well, and O2 doesn't want to deal with that.
Yeah, just a little bit of poke and prod and dancing all around.
This
kid is actually extending for a little bit.
Yeah.
So first you expect those damage to go through. So gotta be very mindful of her positioning at all costs. So White now gets a little bit of vision over onto Waypit, but not exactly the kind of target that they really want. This Byron so far holding up just fine. As a matter of fact, that they are now up ahead 1 level up against Shuang.
Yeah, you see what Wuchi was doing there at that bottom lane, trying to take the tower down just to open up the play for the Tyrant. That's going to be here in about 30 seconds, and a good knock-up, but no follow-up coming on through. Kong Ling going in here for the individual engagement, just ticking away at that health of Wendy. But overall, like you said, just poking and prodding back and forth. No big impact being brought in just yet.
Yeah, massive for patience as well. They want to get that priority onto this Tyrant. As you can see, majority of O2 Esports gathering around that mid lane part. So ideally, I guess Nova Esports, they may have to let this one slide, while there is also the TP portal opened up, as they will join in the Calvary.
Yeah, and he got the immune! Waypit getting away with his life, almost got smashed there, and of course the backup from the rest of their team members as well, as Waypit keeps the players on the side of O2 at bay. It will be Sai that slays the Tyrant, and now it's go time, baby. Tyrant on the side of Nova. They've got the extra bit of lightning damage to deal with the pressure of O2 Esports, as well as take a few more bits and pieces of this gorge.
Yeah, that was a clinical call coming in from Nova Esports. That TP from Napei, and also at the very same time, how he answers into those invasions alongside with Xuan. That was much early on. But when they actually make that call to exert that pressure, when they step forward alongside with Waypit, just to garner that control, and just like that, it enables the rest of Nova just to get that full access over on the Tyrant, and now another dance over on mid side as they are looking for Wave Pit but unable to find that catch.
Yeah, 5v4, and look at this one is untaken care of. K1 will be dropping back to see if or not he needs to deal with Swan, but the distraction is there already. Now Nova baiting in Kongling into their side of their camp, and this jungle is not going to be having any of its inhabitants sneaked away by Kongling, who is keeping his own lane pretty steady. Nova, on the other hand, with that distraction, will be able to take away the tier 1 tower on the top lane.
Here comes the dive. Kongling though, it's massive on the first blood, and Waypit, he's got to get out of here.
I mean, O2 is going in there for that squad push. Waypit chugged away at his health. Wendy for that backup, and O2 knows better than to go in here for the full-on commitment. 1 life for 1 tower. Do you think the trade is fair?
Nah, it's not fair at all. You saw what Nova Esports did. They secured themselves not only Tier 1, T2, because there's no priority over on the top portion of the map. O2, they were just funneling all their resources, hoping to get a clean dive. Despite getting a catch, you're supposed to convert that turret, and once again, pile on the pressure, match up the tempo of Nova, and speaking of which, they are doing so.
Now the Overlord in their hands as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the part where Nova starts to outscale and dominate. O2 was still sticking together, trying to play this together as a squad. Very beautifully played. And now with the Tyrant taken down, with the Overlord taken down, next 2 minion waves for the side of Nova will be replaced by these Overlord Vanguards, who are great at teasing and shutting down these towers. O2 in a lot of trouble.
Definitely. As much as it was troublesome to begin with, they're the ones who are playing aggressively to look for those picks, which I would expect Nova Esports to be the ones doing so.
Look at the bottom
here. Because of how they've been able to match the wave, just like you said, they have massive waves. They're just playing a clean macro game these days. Yeah, we don't really have to be involved in fights. We can just bait them and switch it up.
Absolutely, man. And now one big fight down mid once again. And Nova! Sai! Beautiful slay onto Kongling. And the crucial crowd control manages to connect onto all 4 players. And Nova smashing a quad elimination onto O2. And K1 running away for his dear life. Tier 3 tower down bottom as well. It's gonna get smashed up, all thanks to that Vanguard holding the pace for Nova. And this is a big smash coming through. O2 Esports could not deal with the pressure.
It's just crazy. Just look at this tiger of pace. Siwa just constantly moves directly into all these members. And just with that launch, you saw Wendy move on board, and Xuan has just got ample of room to go in for those massive setups. And just like that, Nova Esports, they're in the driver's seat for most part. And now the question remains, O2 Esports, they gotta formulate something in return. As much as the Tyrant is coming up, there is all these waves in the priority of Nova Esports.
4,000 advantage on the goal. 4 towers more taken down compared to O2 Esports, and setting up yet another team fight. But Kongling gets caught out, and he tries to pull a reversal here onto Sai, but that does nothing except take away a little bit of his life. And using that distraction, Nova once again takes down another tower, this time down mid.
Yeah, O2 just lost too much of that pressure. We see a Pure Sky now online from Mayin. And once again, take a look at this setting. He flashes, get that massive knockup, and just like that, it opens that space for Muchi to slowly single out those targets. And when they're low enough, he recommits, and just like that, 4K, and just in exchange of 1, which is not too shabby after all. So, of course, what we missed out is just a Tyrant in the hands of Nova, which was absolutely expected because you saw the amount of map control that they have. It's pretty much an no-brainer. O2 kind of forced to step up, but they are currently being funneled into a jungle chokehold.
Yeah, once again, Nova just has no response for O2 here. In terms of the defense, they're going in for the catch out and gets knocked back all the way in. O2 might be able to catch up Swan, but no, Swan turns it around and gets a triple instead. This beast is unstoppable. Once again with the quad on the sleigh. Care all alone, but nobody there to protect their crystal. Nova Esports about to bag a big one in this game, number 1.
Xuan, that was a massive knock-up combo with the exploit weakness on the tree, securing the triple, securing the crystal, securing this game. Still one more to go, my friend, but 0-2, they find no answers after all.
Yeah.
What a fight that we've witnessed. Nova so far looking absolutely impeccable on their execution.
Absolutely, and unexpected, because we did kind of want to see a little bit of a 50-50 fight between O2 and Nova, but Nova proving why they were the champions of the Season 3 Invitationals. Nova proving exactly why they were able to beat down Black Shrew Esports 2-1. That game was just too beautiful. I mean, the crowd controls that were finding the connections, the prioritization of all the objectives on the map, the constant invasion into the camps of O2, ripping away all their buffs, bleeding them out, not allowing them to pick up that XP, all goal. I mean, everything just snowballed into a massive victory here for Nova.
Yeah, we want to also take a look at some of all these pain points, right? Like maybe from the early game with those kind of rotation. O2, they look for that very stable start.
Yeah.
At the very same time, I think like it's more of a macro decision that led into this kind of downfall, because ideally, with their invasions, they mixed up through the tempo. They still did not manage to secure, the Crimson Golem, even despite coming for those attempts, because Xuan has always put his body on the line in order to ensure no leads were given away to O2 Esports. A clean 4-0 record for Xuan, but bye-bye. CY looking like the superstar that he is on that pay.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And obviously, O2 Esports, not a lot to talk about in terms of how much they managed to make their way back in here, because they were being bled out. They just weren't given enough opportunities. They were going for some massive builds in terms of items towards the late game, but they were kind of saving up for towards the end. They couldn't survive all the way there. It was a phenomenal stop in their journey and progress put down here by Nova Esports. Let's take a look at the post-game stats here and see exactly who dished out the most damage. And obviously, Wendy on the side of Nova Esports gave O2 no room to breathe.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just having so much of a control, just setting things up for his teammates so perfectly as he just basically catches anybody out. And you saw CY, he just sees it's go time.
Yeah.
The moment that Wendy actually looks for all these form of pickoffs. At the very same record, when we take a look at O2 Esports, majority of the kills that they've actually scored was over onto the bottom lane, where they took down Muchi. And even despite that, we wanted to actually see if they could actually find that scalability hitting into that late game. It's just no room for them to actually get many of all these resources to further funnel it towards this Arlie, which she's been performing absolutely fine, but when it comes down to the team fights, it's just not too clean after all. So hopefully we actually get to see a little bit more over on the next matchup. And take a look at this graph. I mean, it's very telling that over onto that 7-minute mark, it is where things just went south.
Yeah, I do agree with you, right? And obviously, all of the big objectives just claimed by Nova. O2 wasn't given any bit to secure on the map. A double Tyrant, the Overlord on the side of Nova as well. And it was when that Overlord got taken down where truly those towers came crashing down, right? And Nova played all of those Vanguards to perfection, kind of assisting them, escorting them all the way up to those towers. In some circumstance, keeping the players of O2 distracted long enough for the Vanguards to just do their own job down at the bottom. That's how they lost their second tier tower. It was phenomenal. Crazy stuff out of Nova.
Yeah, and of course, we want to see who exactly is the star of the show. Is it going to be the class leader or the jungler? It is going to be Xuan with that triple kill at the end. I mean, I play Mayin myself. Obviously, not to Xuan's level, but anybody who plays Mayin knows how difficult it is to actually find that perfect moment to get everybody on the board. And just like that, he just slams all the 3 targets up in the air over onto that massive opportunity that he saw over a bot lane when they were fleeing away. That exploit weakness was what blew open that base, as Nova confidently was just dancing around their base after that.
I saw a YouTube tutorial that told me Mayin was just OP and I'll be able to win game after game. I used it. Yep, I lost that game. This guy has got my respects. He played Mayin to perfection. There was just no stopping him at all, right? And like you said, the triple kill towards the end, Beautiful stuff out of Swan. Well-deserved MVP overall. And of course, his contribution towards that damage was just impeccable. Let's take a look at those highlights once again here, Contra.
Yeah, this was that massive golden play from CY, and on top of that, layer with Schwann's knockups as well, coming in from the exploit witness, just blew them all up in that split moment. Once again, take a look at this. Schwann dives in, immediately goes in for another dive, recommits, and just like that, that triple was a free delivery on this guy's hands, because he's just so well-versed on how he actually plays this out on this hero.
Too good. I thought he overcommitted at one point, right? I thought he was just going to get squished because he was just going behind enemy lines, and we know that's exactly what he was capable of doing when he went in there for that hero pick. But he just pulled it off phenomenally. He wasn't punished for it. In fact, he was only rewarded with the triple because he had the mechanical skills to know exactly how far he could go and pull it off as well, right? Nova, I expected this game to be exciting. I did not expect it to be one-sided, and Nova just delivered that so perfectly. But could it be a 2-0, or are we going to see a perfect 0-2 comeback here, Contra?
Potentially, but when Nova looks this good, I mean, this is why this is a championship material team, right?
Yeah.
Going globally, winning out titles at the very same time. They are just showing you how to actually play with almost no mistakes at all. Where even despite certain leads to be given to the side of O2, they're always doing something in the map. It's like, okay, we know that members of O2 are looking for that bot gang.
Yeah.
You saw even O2 are already fleeing away because they got that info. They expected the arrival, but in return, they always go for the better macro decision. 2 turrets taken just like that. I mean, what can you do about it if you're on O2 side? They gotta just improve on that macro play.
Yeah.
As we now dive into our second game, as we leave the history to be what it is.
Yeah, Zhang Fate immediately taken out by Nova Esports here. They don't want to deal with him in the hands of O2 Esports. I kind of see exactly where they're coming from with that, Contra.
Exactly, and when we take a look at Nova Esports, we have seen very high prior onto this Lung ban as well. Perhaps it is WH's prowess going onto that hero. Now, O2's bring up the Dharma. I definitely do think that if they were to match up against Nova Esports, who can play Mayin right now, so ideally there's not too many heroes that can actually match up to the kind of aggression as well as the kind of crowd control that he does offer on the list. So that is a very decent blind pick coming from O2 Esports. Now, question remains is, does O2 want to also match up to what they picked up? But double super pick, Mai and Ogren for Nova. I'm liking where this one's going.
I'm not liking it on behalf of O2 Esports, my friend. This is a super combo. But the Yixing should allow them to at least control a little bit of what Zwan can bring into this fight later on, especially those team fights, right? The idea on the side of Nova Esports, though, is just going to help them sustain their battles out there and prolong the torture that they can bring up onto O2 Esports on the battlefield. This seems to be a little bit of an issue, but with the Lady Sun and her capability to just dish a massive amount of damage, perhaps O2 has a chance to fight back here, Contra.
Yeah, O2, I think that this is just going to be a very standard AoE kind of comp where you just look at that Yixing's Wool is my board to be dropped alongside with a Truth Mantra. Of course, big work for K1 to do to look for Muji later in this matchup, but when we move into the second phase, obviously, without the jungle being picked up from O2, you want to take away the Menki. Agudo is still kind of on the list, but that's not going to be the priority. They have yet to pick up support, so Secure is going to be axed up because that Mulberry slap is a little bit annoying to deal with when you are trying to get things done in some of all these team fights. So Chano, interesting enough, again, banned on the list.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they took that Menki out very early because O2 Esports should be able to do quite a bit of destruction with the defensive capability that Menki brings into these matches, and that's what O2 needs. O2 needs to be a little bit more tanky up against Nova Esports and all of their approaches down towards mid as well. So this seems to be a little bit of a challenge now for O2 Esports because because, like you said, they've got the crowd control, they've got that AoE damage, but can they actually sustain these battles up against Nova Esports? And based on what we saw in Game 1, if they cannot sustain these battles, Nova's going to have an easy 2-0 on them, which is crazy but exciting at the same time, Contra.
Yeah, it definitely is. Now, of course, just looking at all the options available, I think Sun Tzu definitely is going to be the best out of the many, as of course what they've played out, they can't use it once again.
Yeah.
So just going to be focusing on getting himself into level 4 and then look to roam around. That's the typical modus operandi that we're looking at Sun Tzu players with the set sail, right?
Yeah.
Now, it's a very heavy cash potential from Nova Esports. Whether you want to initiate, sometimes if the Nana gets into sticky situations, she could just kick somebody back and then call in the cavalry.
Yeah.
Whoever she goes in with, pretty much the first skill to be able to get multi knockups, you will expect this Ogden to just tear through to follow up. Now, what's interesting to note is that this Kaiser is going to be the answer, because when you want to take a look at Ogden, what makes him super annoying is like he's got plenty of lifesteal, he got that execute going, so it's tough to actually kill him. Kaiser has pretty much inbuilt type of anti-heal in that sense, just to be able to match up to not only the clear speed of the jungle, but also in the form of ganks that Kaiser will be the main man, where you are going to be looking at him being majority the front line of defense, while this main will try to keep everybody in the team fight healthy with the heals.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And obviously, he's going to be looking at taking that ADC up to the next level by protecting him. You know, using his ultimate at that key moment within these team fights is going to be instrumental for O2 surviving this. But Consort U, I have not seen Consort Yu being picked in some of these matches. We have seen her ability to make herself immune to some of this physical damage, giving her an advantage in some of these team fights as well, making Nova Esports a little bit more viable in these team fights. Once again, with the combination of heroes on their side, it looks like Nova Esports is looking for that sustainability out there on the battlefield, whereas O2 is looking to bring that damage in here and really secure this fight for themselves.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see this Consort U in action, because not too many has been played out throughout the course of this week. She is generally one of the safest marksmen to play out, especially when you take a look at the potential dive capabilities of O2 Esports. So that's smart options as we dive into the Hero's Gorge here for potentially the game closure for Nova Esports if they score another one in the back.
I mean, Consort U, right? I mean, even if you are outclassed, outscaled by the goal, her skill too is just phenomenal when used at the right moment. So this seems to be a very, very tough fight as it has been set up. But let's see exactly how O2 takes this one for themselves. Look at this invasion coming through very, very early on by Nova.
Yeah, and that actually forces Kong Ling to actually go for a vertical jungle setup, because there's no more resources other than, that singular camp all the way over onto the corner, because K1 is also hoping to actually take this Armored Tail piece at the very same time. Xuan generally will have decent priority hitting into some of all these waves, so early level, we're just looking at this force maneuver coming from Kong Ling, because he wants to take away that Azure Golem.
Oh, and they managed to get that, but did they overcommit? Kong Ling now knocks back, he's trapped, baby, and Sai punishes him. You've taken my golem, but you don't have your life. White and WH do not want to stick around to find out what happens if they get into a fight. Very smartly played, trying to clear off the minion wave, but here comes Muchi and Wave it back. They've got the defense of the tower to deal with as well. Knockback beautifully played, and WH will survive as Nova does not look to overcommit.
Just great map control. Nova Esports read them like a book. I mean, that's a natural behavior, right?
Yeah.
O2, when you have your jungle taken away, you want to go for the enemy jungle.
Oh.
And just like that 3-man setup was just about enough to secure it. Meanwhile, this Wendy is just being a nuisance, trying to also steal away some of all these boards at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, Nova just doubling back down to not even give up the Firehawk tells you the kind of commitment they've got in here to make sure O2 does not earn any bit of gold they do not deserve out there. But look at this now, once again, WH and Whitehand is just overextending a little bit. Yeah, they've lost the Spike Tail, but it doesn't matter. I think Nova thus far has got a good enough grip on this matchup. Swan now trying to steal away the Azure Golem, but will of course fail on that. Nova with the push. WH really low, and Wendy tries to go in there for the shutdown. One final one, and Swan, what a chase to get that knock.
Wow, Schwinn out of nowhere joining in the fight, and as K1, you don't really have the option to even teleport in time. Now he goes in for the teleport. They want to look for a recommit, but is this really the big game plan here for the side of O2 Esports? Nova once more yoinks away the Crimson, and they are absolutely having that full control of their opposition's jungle and the entirety of the spectrum.
That's the freaking mark of a pro squad, right? They went in there for the full-on commit for White. White managed to dodge that all thanks to a little bit of a backup. And instead of wasting that opportunity with the overextension, they still managed to steal away the Crimson Golem. Overall, a great maneuver for Nova Esports. Instead of being punished, they walk away with an extra buff. That's what you need if you want to dominate.
Yeah, just looking at the current standpoint, O2 Esports, since that the jungle is not really activated, they really heavily have to rely on K1 as well as WH, and that's where Nova already looking at the potential pain points already are fixing some of all these issues where they just want to put a little bit more pressure on this Dharma, maybe eventually the Lady Sun as well, but since she's a little bit nimble, that's to be left for later on. Now the Tyrants are up, and they're already looking for more.
I mean, the man just turns around to get the right time. Swan beautifully launches Gongling up into the air, but there's no follow-up just yet. Sai now being tortured. K1 hopping on in for a little bit of backup. This is Azure Golem, the big one, on for the strike, but it is capped on the side of O2, and Nova walks away without a single casualty.
O2, they're starving right now. Despite no casualties, they're having very little resources to work with. Now, full access for Nova Esports getting into the jungle. Crimson yet again, they're just looking for more.
Beautiful defense by Sai to make sure his team can claim this Crimson, and it is fantastically played once again, and they want to link that up together with the Tyrant shutdown as well. O2 bled out, and O2 left with no choice whatsoever. Look at this overextension coming on in right now. O2 actually wants to steal away the tusk ball from the jungle of Nova Esports, but those are just small little wins for them.
Yeah, it's just very minuscule if you really ask me. Well, take a look at itemization. We're already having pretty much the axe already online for Schwinn. Of course, that's the first item. But overall, this is still Muchi keeping up to the pacing, not too far for inside of WH as well. Meanwhile, this Maestro Nui, if you let her get into that 2-item spike, she's gonna be an absolute menace. So you already saw how Wendy goes in for those initiations. In that situation where K1 has already used True Mantra, did not punish this Maestro Nui at all, and now he's being absolutely zoned away. That T1 is already up for grab for Nova.
Yeah, very smart play coming through from Wendy, just making sure that Dharma does not outscale them in any way, and that allows them to take down the T1 tower up that top lane. And now in a 4v1, Gongling hopping right into this fight, but he will not get punished. Had enough life to back away. Azure Golem on for the strike, and Sai steals that away. Nova still winning at the objectives.
Can we just give the MVP to CY this time around? Last game, maybe he felt he was robbed. He's like, I'm going to do everything to earn my MVP title. There's not going to be any buffs left available for O2.
Dude.
I mean, take a look at this guy.
The Azure Golem stole him, the Crimson Golem stole him, and now pushing back the whole squad of O2 to shut down this T2 tower down at the bot lane as well. Nova, the monsters, and Sai bringing down the Crimson Golem just enough so that the rest of his team members now can take the buff, because this guy's all fully buffed up already.
Yeah, Schwinn, he's just monstrous. He was confident with that set still at net. What is K1 gonna do? I mean, he's already late to the scene. He's only gonna be able to clear up that wave, but even despite that, O2, they're not in the position to even initiate. We understand why. I mean, they don't really have the gold bundle into their side. It's already 2 items so far for some of these members of Nova Esports, so it's tough. They're already looking for defensive builds, as we are looking at pretty much White as well as currently to be working on that. While at least Nova, what they're trying to do is to, of course, slowly start them out. So no matter what the decision is, if O2 wants a fight, they will outrightiously win it. And there's just no access for O2 Esports right now to even consider any challenge onto this Overlord, which is why Nova says, you know what, let's continue to eat while these guys watch over on the corners. And I don't know, pretty much a lot of saliva dripping over their mouths at this current standpoint. So yeah, Wendy finally gets himself a scepter. So he's going to be able to at least go for some heavy pickup.
Yeah, 5k lead on the goal. Nova Esports truly have bled out O2 Esports, and now once again trying to bait them in for a full-on team fight as they take down the T1 tower down mid lane as well. Sai poking and prodding away at them. They're waiting for the Crimson Golem all over again. I don't know what else can O2 do. None of these Crimson Golems have been claimed by them, and Sai once again keeps them at bay as he sucks away this life of the Crimson Golem. Who takes it? Sai should be the one.
Yeah, I mean, CY, man, his timing perfect. It's like, no, you took it. No, fam. You worked really hard for this game. You go for it, man. So CY, now, he has that full absolute confidence if they really want to go all in as well. But they're creating that space so that they, once again, will try to secure that T2 over on the top side. Where O2, when exactly will they answer back? They are just looking for those big item spikes or perhaps stall them to the point where they can't actually find some leeway. Speaking of that, K1's already working on the T1 over bottom. And take a look who's here. Set sail!
Up in the air you go, my friend. You don't get to run away. Dharma about to get sent back to hell because he cannot survive here any longer. Swan with a final slay, and it is Wendy with the final nail in the coffin. My goodness me. O2 Esports cannot catch a break. Even the minions don't get to make an inch upwards.
Man. Don't give Xuan distance, man. I tell you, this guy is everywhere. Even if you leave him all alone, he wants to go for 1v1, it's like, bring it on, because he is building damage. And it's going to be overwhelming where he just, your job, blow up the backline if you can, blow up whoever's in the front if you want to, as all O2 is going to do is starting to hold him back, dropping the board, and now that's going to be a big hit, but no casualties thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, 8 towers down already. One final one left standing on the top lane. No one doesn't even need to touch it. They don't need to scratch it. But Sai, with a sliver of health, gets knocked back, and that helps him get himself away. And Waypit assists him back into his defense. Minions being pushed up towards that bottom lane and mid. And O2 being distracted while the rest of Nova Esports moves on in to say hello to the Tyrant.
It's a trap. It's a trap.
Fantastically executed, and Nova Esports wiping the floor with O2.
It just feels like Nova Esports, they're on this mind control journey where I read you 2, 3, 10 steps ahead, and I know that you're going to challenge me for this Shadow Tyrant. Well, that's once again free food for all these members of Nova. And there was one attempt that I want to highlight. O2 on the desperate measure on the defense to try to secure that inhibitor turret. They were forced to send KY forward. He almost burst down Wendy, and you saw Nova immediately pounced back. There's just no way that this Dharma walks away scot-free. So now 7-1. Realistically, this game should be over by now, where Nova is just playing with their food.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, bro, but the game is over already. It's just Nova trying to outdo their opponents to a scale where there's just absolutely no comeback. And they really did not need the Shadow Tyrants. They did not need the extra bit of speed. They're already launching themselves all around the map. And look at Sai once again. Beautiful connection onto K1. Wendy will go ahead to miss that shot, but they also want to get the job done on this T3 tower up top as well for the perfect finisher onto O2 Esports.
Yeah, they're just slowly wearing down. I mean, the Overlord's sitting around quietly for the majority of this matchup, and they don't really need it at all. Just take a look at that. And there comes K1!
Oh, beautifully done. And now Waypit being pushed back. K1 with an opportunity, but Sai says no. Ultimately denies him the slay, takes him down as well. And O2 now trying to reverse this out, clearing out all of the minions down in the bottom lane, but Nova's gonna punish him. Kongling almost got out, and Muchi pushes on forward to find the crystal.
It seems like O2 sees it to be a little disjointed, and now here comes the minion waves.
The minion waves are gonna allow them to put on even more pressure, and the crystal cannot withstand the pressure. It's Sai with a double kill and the crystal exploding to give Nova a fantastic victory.
That was a breeze for Nova Esports. Once again, timing. Yeah. They played it to a T, and I just don't know. If you're on the O2 side, it must be super frustrating because you're looking at something to be done by the Ogren, but he's being starved out the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
So he has close to zero impact in this matchup. You can say that it's not to his own fault at the very same time, but when you are dealing with such an annoying Ogren on the opposite side, well, I got it mixed up because, Ogren is actually played by the side of Nova Esports. So O2, they just want to find all these avenues in the form of picks, but even so, K1, he always initiates, hoping to actually find a conversion. If for 2 times in a row, O2 looks to be disjointed. That's one point that I wanted to highlight because the moment he pounces with the Truth Mantra, that's supposed to be at least 1 or 2 members to be taken off by O2 instantaneously, but they missed the mark. They missed the mark twice, where my Shiranui walks off scot-free. Wendy was just laughing his way out of the situation. And then once more, he managed to do a little bit more of that damage, but even despite that, nobody of O2 Esports there because they're being pretty much, I don't know, do you call this like a situation where you just absolutely psychoed your opposition to the point that they don't even dare to set foot outwards?
Yeah, no doubt at all. Nova Esports dominated, in fact, bullied O2 here in this matchup. A single life taken away, but that was up against a guy who was doing so much. Swan was so annoying to deal with overall, and the goal difference between K1 and Swan might not be very far, but the impact of Swan, 5 assists in total. Look at Muchi, look at Waypit. The whole team of Nova Esports were fighting together as a squad, and like you rightfully pointed out, O2 Esports were way too scattered. They were not playing together as a squad, and that Dharma could have brought in a lot of impact, but the follow-up just wasn't there to punish Nova.
Yeah, this Kaiser was falling way too far behind. Just take a look at the gold disparity. This is 6,000 gold versus 9,000, where how many camps have he lost in the form of Azures as well as Crimson? I kind of lost count, honestly. But looking at all the things other than, some of all these deficits, I think Carrot actually played a decent role in this matchup, but at the very same time, when he drops the board, either the timing is a little bit off or there's just no opportunities for them to find those big avenues, whether if the target was to be Muchi, Wendy, or even this Ogren that has been played out by CY. So I just felt there's just no significant high impact plays other than the ones that they were trying to formulate over onto the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think overall O2 Esports just weren't allowed to play a decent game because Nova just kept them on their feet, on their little tippy toes throughout the whole matchup, right? Constantly roaming around the matchup with clearly fantastic communication within the squad. And like you said, not a single Crimson Golem they could actually dominate overall in their own side of the camp. And look at this graph. Oh my lord. It's like Jack and Jill went up the hill and O2 came tumbling down.
Yeah, I like how you actually painted a picture of like, okay, how many buckets of water did O2 actually get?
That's the insult.
They went in with dry buckets. That's the thing where this jungle of this Kaiser did not get to play the game.
Yeah, man.
And maybe the idea of O2 wanting this Kaiser to have impactful plays absolutely gone because this Ogren was uncontrolled. There's barely enough form of the catch potential. Sure, you want to rely on KY. There's always going to be Wendy backing him up at the very same time. And the other is always going to be knocking that back every single moment with that melodic swing. So ideally, O2 Esports, they kind of have to put the pedal to the metal in certain situations to catch that one member. And I don't really see that happening in this matchup.
Yeah, and you know you're in trouble when your opponents are literally ignoring the Shadow Overlord and saying, we don't need him, right? Sai is your MVP. A 502 on the KDA. 20% of the damage dealt by the squad was from this man, and 33% of the damage absorbed to make him an elite opponent to deal with. Honestly, O2 had no answers for this monster.
if you have Nova CY in your lobby on this Ogren, you are assured, guaranteed with this win because of how he just controlled the entirety. Where the mid laner, the Muchi, they're just sitting back. It's like, okay, you give me a free kill, I'll take it. CY, thank you very much. You are very kind. So absolutely deserving of the Realme MVP. CY just shows you how to jungle without freaking a single sweat after all. Now, first, we take a look. This was the game plan. They know that because the way that they forced a vertical jungle, O2 has to match that, and they force them to go inside that Azure Golem, and they start looking for those picks, and they continue to convert.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at all of these plays coming through from Nova, you will be able to see why they have managed to dominate their opponents. Pun intended, right? This guy was insane, so torturous to deal with time and time again. Even when White thought he could at least keep them at bay, all that happened was he got smashed. Even the Dharma stood no chance whatsoever. I mean, he was on a blaze all throughout that matchup. I am so excited to watch Nova play yet another game, but unfortunately, that's the only series that they're going to play in here. No other game for them because they ended this 2-0. Now they get that extra $350 just for participating and winning with a clean sheet.
Yeah, just adding a big dinner for tonight. And on top of that, I mean, well-deserved, right?
Yeah.
O2, they were trying to formulate something. They were saying, okay, they must be doing the Shadow Tyrant. And what they have in mind, the cheekiest bush play, they don't really have a vision. Never walk up without the vision. That's rule number one when you're playing HOK.
That was brutal.
Nova.
Okay, that was brutal. Everybody thought they were going for the object. Everybody thought so. And it was like, nope, no, bro. You gotta love it, Contra.
Yeah. Nova, they're still having a whole lot of fun while doing what they do so excellently.
Yes.
Like, it just seemed like this was just, all in a day's work. This feels like a scrim to Nova Esports. Of course, I'm not trying to bash O2.
Yeah.
O2, I think there's a lot to take away. Game 1, they played pretty well, especially holding on at least much better than Game 2. Maybe because they just opened too many of all these vital picks in the draft that you give something as comfortable as Wendy on the My Shiranui. He himself is potent, but this game, he didn't really have to do too much. All you need, okay, go in for a Renjin setup, I can get out of there. Or if you go in with anything at all, you can have everybody to actually back him up, and that's the beauty of what Nova Esports bring to the table.
Yeah, don't feel bad about being critical, man. I mean, Nova Esports, they bashed O2 here, no doubt whatsoever. Obviously, we want to see O2 rise up to the occasion and come back and push it into Game 3. That did not happen. It was just Nova taking a couple of steps higher and making it so torturous for them to do anything on the battlefield. But it is not the only opportunity that O2 gets. This is a double round robin setup in this league. They will have all the opportunities to play that counter. Now they know which of those heroes they do not want to deal with and exactly how to take these counters and what to expect from Nova. But we'll have to see when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, whether or not AG Global gets to remain on a clean sheet. We're going to take a quick short break. In 10 minutes, we come back with that series.
All the watchful eyes are waiting for a star.
An enlightened heart cannot be extinguished easily.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Perhaps our next meeting will be as friends. A single thread of silk connects faraway friends. Watch carefully. I'll only show you once. Trees bear tender mulberries. Raise the silk. Thousand wishes make thousand threads. The elders of this land say that one must lay down roots before venturing into the world. I am a humble little herb, born amid the verdant flora of this world. We plants contribute nourishment, healing, clean water, and a beautiful environment to this planet.
Thank you for your efforts in safeguarding our ecosystem and preserving a habitat that supports the existence of all living beings.
Forests are the layer of life around the planet that supports everything that we do. It produces the water, the fresh water that we drink. It produces the air that we breathe. It produces the food that we eat. Forests are integral, the most important habitat type for humans. So when you think about forests, when you think about nature and the beauty of forests, you also have to think about that utility, the usefulness of forests, and how important those forests are to us.
One of the things that makes me feel the most sad when I see degraded forests or lost mangroves is the impact that has on local people's daily lives. These forests aren't just something to look at for them. They're something to live in. They provide all of their food, all of their shelter, all of their fresh water. And when we take that away, it really harms their lives and the lives of their children, and that makes me feel really sad. Most people around the world live in a city, and they don't spend as much time out in nature as they would like or that they are able to. So gaming helps to bring nature to people. If people can't get into nature, let's bring nature to where they are and get them to experience it. The other thing about gaming is that it's something you experience with your friends. And so that's a shared experience of nature that you're all able to join in at the same time.
Bringing that value to that audience who play games, and it's all of us, we all do this. So bringing that message to all of us who play games and helping to engage those people constructively in the conservation of nature is a critical role for games.
I think the gaming industry and gamers can help three ways. First, by using creativity to educate people about the wonder of forests. Second, by helping people understand that these forests are at risk. And third, by helping offset their emissions by supporting organizations and projects that help protect forests and biodiversity.
Thank you for bringing beauty to our planet and our lives. Play for our planet. You are heroes protecting our world. Thank you. Dedicated to all protectors of nature.
Peach blossoms bloom, glowy and bright like fire.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You are now tuning into the MKL Spring Season 2025, brought to you by our official tournament partner, Realme. My name is AJ. I'm the mustachio down here with the one and only Contra, your casters for the day. And today has been a pretty fast day, Contra. Back-to-back 2-0s we've been able to enjoy.
Yeah, and overall, I think that it could also end in such a way where it's just going to be a breeze where, you know, as casters, as well as everybody working in production, it's like, oh, great, we get to go off from work a little early today. But, you know, we want to see more stiff competition, and perhaps this is where we will get it. It's Todak versus the likes of AG Global.
Absolutely, man. And of course, all of this action is brought to you here at the MKL Spring Season 2025 by our official tournament partner, Realme. Gaming, pick Realme 14 series. Realme 14 5G features segment best Snapdragon 6 Gen 4 chipset, long-lasting battery, as well as the largest VC cooling area. And it empowers players to enjoy 120 frames per second in Honor of Kings, which promises a smooth, high-performance gaming experience. So, gaming, pick Realme 14 series.
That's right. If you guys do notice, in all these major tournaments, Realme have provided them with the best performing phones out there, and you can play just like all the pros that are on board in the MKL and beyond. So that being said, when we talk about performance, we want to look at team performances because so far, AG Global, they're on that dominating streak. They're the teams, other than Nova Esports, who have yet to drop a single series. The only close call was up against DTE, which, of course, DTE is making it sweat, taking 1 point off. So this time, they're looking for that $300 extra to bag off. Not forgetting that extra 50 as well for participating.
Absolutely, man. And of course, let's take a look at the lineups here of the two squads that take each other on. It's going to be Todak versus AG Global. For Todak, obviously, these are some names that we are all quite familiar with. You've got Stay, CCS, TT, Sadness, as well as Under. And obviously, we have all got our eyes on TT, the import player from China that has been making quite a difference for this squad.
Yeah, so far he's looking super stellar, and he's also pretty flexible on the kind of picks. Tita have definitely been the shining beacon of hope, but now matching up against AG Global, are they going to be able to keep up to the tempo of Yulong that's been super formidable? We last saw the rest of AG Global tear through their opponents, so this is where, once again, if they could do that amount of damage to even the rest of Team Secret, is this going to be the case up against Todak as well, where so far, I don't think that there's too much flaws that has been shown to us from this AG Global star-studded roster.
I don't think we've seen many flaws at all, right? You look at AG Global and that phenomenal victory over Team Secret, 2-0 flat out. There was just no chances that they were giving Team Secret. I mean, some viable moments for Team Secret to make that comeback, but AG Global showed them mechanically exactly who's boss. And like you mentioned, right, DTE had that opportunity to play an upset where they managed to pull away that single map from them, but AG Global has maintained a beautiful 2-0 victory overall in their series. Only that one map given away to DTE being a little bit of a black mark on their record. But they're going to be looking to make another 2-0 run over Todak, who seems to be a little bit, on the losing side based on paper. Because if AG Global could beat Team Secret 2-0 and Todak lost 0-2 to Team Secret, we kind of know how this one's going to go already, my friend.
Yeah, or perhaps it could be this rock, paper, scissors scenario where if Todak does actually find a very superior draft here onwards, they might be onto something. So who knows who's going to be able to deal the first blow, but I definitely do see that AG Global has got that significant track record. Now, quickly as we go into the bans, we're looking at the usual suspects, though they are to be involved in this matchup, as well as Arlie. Today in particularly, we're looking at a higher ban ratios onto this Lung, which is pretty interesting because now a lot of all these players will have to look towards, those kind of A tier kind of marksman that's on the list. So Lady's Son could potentially be highly contested here.
Yeah, and obviously that Arlie is going to get taken out of the equation. The idea is not going to be in participation this time around, mainly because obviously AG Global doesn't want to deal with much of that. But CCS, let's see exactly what sort of a pick he brings in here. Is it going to be the ADC that he drags in just so that they can maintain a little bit of pressure over the side of AG Global? Because we know, based on what AG Global plays these like, you need to have the firepower to kind of keep them contained. But, the characters that really do bring in that firepower into the matchup, require quite a lot of mechanical skills to really bring the best out of them out there. Now, U1's going to be the first pick here. And before entering combat, this is where you really need to prepare. Without that right mechanical skills, you're going to struggle. And U1 could also be used in the jungle, right? This is going to be a game changer for the side of Todak.
Yeah, generally, this is a flex pick that is not too telling. I mean, I've even seen U1 support played out, and usually you dish her over mid lane. But for AG Global, they want to go with stock standard start. It's like, I don't care whatever you pick as your marksman, my DRNG is going to be A-OK, and it's paired with a Zhang Fei. So you would expect retaliation if you ever were to go up against DRNG. So overall, Todak, they need to pick up this marksman right now. If they don't, I don't see what kind of list is up available, but they have actually secured a very steady start here with the Chano. Last game, we saw other teams actually having considerations of banning it away. Now, Chano, what it does offer is like, swift repositions, looking for the right moments to actually engage, and then, of course, annoy people out, sending wolves as well as setting traps. So I think that it's going to be pretty decent, but the question still remains, is this going to be a U1 mid or so? But look at AG Global. They're going to be flexing their muscles right now. It's a Jing locked in.
This is such a rare situation right now. Going back to that Byron as well, this needs a little bit of build-up before he can really unleash on his opponents. And I don't know if this is actually going to be putting Tete a little bit on that back foot. But like you said, that super flex coming through on that Jing pick is going to be a little fundamental on the side of AG Global to really, really dominate out there on the Gorge. This seems to be a crazy pick coming through from AG Global because the lineup itself shows us the firepower that they can unleash shortly.
Yeah, Jing is the kind of hero that it's double honoring. It's either your game skill super strong or you fall flat, right? Of course, when you look at a player like Yulong, he has definitely shown this Jing pick maybe in the past before, and he is definitely one of the stronger pilots to be here playing in the MKL when he's on this Jing. Now, question remains, who exactly will Todak employ to actually go in for a big catch onto this Jing? Because they need to stop her. So what I'm looking at right now, there's not too much of a heavy crowd control yet coming in from Todak. They need crowd control. Is it going to be something like Yising, or could it be a little bit more of a Princess Frost, just to ensure that if this Jing wants to dance around, you just clear off an entire area, zone her away, so that you keep your teammates safe at the very same time. So second phase, that's going to be a lot of mages taken off the list. Well, I talked about the Frost, I talked about this Yising. It's all being banned by Todak themselves.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that Ogren being taken out of the mix as well by AG Global, and they bring in the Main. We've seen how effective she has been out there for the other squads already, and no doubt at all, she is going to be pretty irritating in the hands of AG Global. Overall, once again, very, very strong offensive play capability here by AG Global.
Yeah, and it's a show of confidence once again when you match up against a Byron. Like, ideally, maybe level 1, you're just aiming to clear that wave. Byron's gonna be looking for a punishment. So, Mayin, your power play is when you hit that level 2, you gotta have enough charge. And ooh, I like the answers coming from Todak. So, what Todak says is that I don't care what kind of crowd control you want to dish. If you want that Mayin or this Zhangfei to be coming through, this Danwei is just gonna plow. He's gonna be CC immune for that duration. And you now have that Lady Zhen because they banned that Princess Frost. This is going to be a very, very solid composition where they're looking for those heavy fights, and you just have Chano sitting at the back trying to, of course, cause your frontliners to melt. That's ideal for Todak if things go on their way. But AG's got to answer back. They're gonna hold no stones left unturned, and they're just going all out on the damage output. You got the Mayin and you got the Jing. Heavy damage, and now with the God and Mo, this is going to be an all-in from AG Global on just going for kills after kills.
Yeah, obviously the Janwei, as long as that ultimate is there, will allow him to really quickly jump back into these battles and cut the distance between him and his opponents. But like you said, that Gun and Mo will be that game changer and very essential for them. Because if they need to get away from Todak in a little bit of a pinch, that Gun and Mo should be able to very easily walk away, right? And of course, this is a opportunity for Todak to make a name for themselves up against AG Global. If they can stun AG here today, walk away with the victory, I think it will be a huge statement here at MKL.
It definitely will be, and not that many have been able to rise up to take points out other than DT so far up against AG Global. Todak, they might actually see that as perhaps a little bit of a weakness point that they can't rely on, but looking at how things have started, Saber so far getting chunked down. This is not exactly the best of starts, but of course, Fi on this Gun and Mo definitely needs a little bit of a backing, which is why we're looking at those supports to be up there. And we finally get our answer.
Well, Anda's going in here for the chase, but he's not going to be able to catch anything. Sadness still applying pressure down here at that bot lane. Firebig's going to be claimed by them. Just a little bit of extra gold in their pocket as they clean out this minion wave. Great plays coming through from Todak to make sure AG Global doesn't get too aggressive down mid very early on.
Yeah, liking where this is going at the very least. Slow and steady start, but of course, we're going to be having some attention over on mid lane on who's going to have the bigger impact, because they could look for some big catches, and whether it to be Gavin Mo or if that's going to be continuing in some of these fights, that is where the rest of Todak will have to look for significant points to capitalize. And we're also looking at Yulong being funneled with certain resources at the same time to keep this thing activated later on.
Yeah, maybe this is that pressure we were expecting out of AG Global that's instead being played by Todak early game. And I think this is that recipe they need to keep on throwing out there, right? Keep AG Global on that back foot. Don't allow them to aggress into your camp and try to take away as much of those buffs as possible. But for the time being, the laning phase is being controlled pretty well by Todak. But this knockback onto Anda, though, very, very dangerous. And he does manage to disengage.
Oh, look at the damage output. Not enough. I mean, he already utilized all the spells, so that's the early game phase where Gan Mo isn't exactly going to have, you know, the highest of output. You could do some picks and prods up against this Lady Sin, but at the very same time, there's points where she could actually keep herself pretty much safe with her abilities, where she just pops the flowing sign, and at the very same time, when we take a look at what they could actually offer later, Mayin's gonna be pretty huge, and that's gonna be a slight exchanges being dealt. This Chano looking to actually farm up, and here comes Anda.
Yep, Anda once again with the backup in a 3v2 potentially here as Yulong drops by to say hello, but Stay is in place to make sure he can hop on in there to prevent an absolute outslay. JD and Saber still trying to hook Anda in, and Anda's not gonna be that easy to catch. So beautifully played defensively on the side of AG Global, just making sure they do not overextend on the initial laning phase to make sure that pressure on their towers is just not going to be viable.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of a steady start for both sides, but of course, when we focus on to what's at hand, right, Dalhun plays a very integral part into going for the catch for the side of AG Global later on, since it's still yet to be any form of contest going on. We want to see who actually get the access to the TP portal first, as we are going to be having two members up top. So bottom lane, probably not many heavy exchanges, but they're fighting for the Hawk.
Yeah, the Hawk once again claimed by AG Global. 3 Hawks in a row. If Todak wants to keep count. And now here comes the pressure as well. They've got the minions to push on up. But Sadness and Anda will prevent them. And as the Tyrant shows up, AG Global shows us exactly what their main priority is. And Yulong shows up just in time to secure that for the side of AG Global. Tyrant in hand. Extra bit of damage. So Todak better watch out.
Blink and you miss it. I mean, that was a very swift take onto the Tyrant as well, where Todak was just going onto that rotation, and just like that, it just got snapped in the split second. So, of course, AG Global now with a slight lead. I want to really see what exactly did they do with this, where you have this rotation very heavily focused on the bot side, but that leaves certain waves pretty much unclear. You kind of want to balance things out for a little tad bit. At least you have this way to be able to catch the wave, get himself much up to speed with Yulong. So I want to see a big leap of fury to be ideally onto the DNG, because you want to catch the rest. It's going to be a little bit harder, but pressure is on, 50% on the turret. Not much can be done by Todak, but topside.
Oh, topside, this is going to be a torture. CCS now with the fantastic on-time defense, but the turret's lost more than 50% of its health already. So top and bottom, that first tier tower at a lot of risk here for Todak.
Yeah, overall, I think that it's not going to be easy to actually get a firm hold onto this Baron, since you got the force of suppression, but once again, Todak piling on pressure this time, only tickling the turret for a little bit more, and oh, Saber just knocks them all back. I guess he's buying time because we're looking at a eventual rotation, but where exactly is the answer from AG Global?
Yeah, I mean, no follow-up there on that stun coming through from Saber. a little bit of a wasted opportunity, but at the same time, we've noticed AG Global is strictly looking at not overextending on the map. They don't want to make any silly mistakes, giving Todak that opportunity, and that's a lot of respect being shown to Todak! As Dowhan sneaks in for that first blood and gets away with a sliver of health.
That is criminal, I tell you that. Dowhan walks out scot-free, where there's just not enough damage coming in from Levinson at this current moment. And with the rest of AG Global, they are looking to eventually break open the first turret right down bottom, but here comes Jing!
Beautiful play by Yulong, launching up, stay into the air, and the backup is there. Under and Sadness. Under can make a bit of a difference here. In a 1v3 though, he will stand no chance. Slowly rotates around. Still a lot of risk here being played by Under very daringly. And Yulong just clearing out those minion waves as they set up a strong mid.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a sticky situation, right? Where Yulong was hoping to steal the Crimson away, but there's not enough backing for him to do so. Saber, he has already got some form of a control over the bottom side, which he was taking his time to maneuver around. Else, I guess that Yulong could have actually got something, but this way he's in trouble.
Uh-oh, here comes Saber for the save, and Dowhan once again criminally walking away after he commits a crime, and there is just no stopping him. That red buff is going to be secured on the side of AG Global, and the Overlord though being teased here by Turtle. A sliver of health left here. Saber can't go in for the final hit, and Turtle will take the Overlord for the side of Todak.
Oh, so this is actually what happened, where the exchange goes on from both sides, and just like that, but Yin, with that perfect timing on Feint to retreat, secures the final blow. That was actually very, very close coming from Turtle, but unfortunately he falls in that skirmish.
Overlord taken by Todak, which releases the Overlord Vanguards. Great at destroying the towers, and they've got a 50% damage reduction up against towers. And this is going to help out Todak massively, because their towers were initially under pressure. They've lost one down bottom. The top one is half of its health. They need all the help they can get, but you look at AG Global, just making those Vanguards look like no threat at all.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy for Todak to clear, because they just took themselves the Overlord, so there's just massive defense coming in from this tower this time around. So AG will have a smoother time, as they're going to be looking to pressurize them, baiting them into a fight. And are they going to fall for it? No is the answer. AG Global will secure it.
Yeah, they take a Tyrant back instead, and obviously you want that Tyrant for the extra lightning and magic damage that you can dish out there on the Gorge. And AG Global now on the back foot as Todak comes in to catch them for a full-on team fight. But AG Global just says, no, brother, not just yet.
Yeah, and that was a very tough call for Todak because of the Primal Bomb. Here comes, stealing the Crimson once again. So Todak has actually matched up the speed, but mid lane!
Oh, Turtle could not get away, and Fi does manage to catch him offhand, and here comes Dowhan as well, backing away at the nick of time. A sliver of health here for CCS. Can he sustain? He does manage to recover just a little bit, and a flash saves his life alongside Under, but nobody now to protect the tier 1 tower down mid, and Saber will go ahead to use his minions as backup to knock away as much as possible up against it.
Yeah, great answers coming in from AG Global. That couple play just clipped that channel, but yet Sadness was almost getting out. He didn't even have time to pop that flash. Let's take a look at that fight again, where, of course, this was a earlier skirmish where Yulong got himself caught up with this rotation, perfectly executing them. But I think that the major fight was actually the one over mid lane, where Dowhan jumps in, goes in for a pickoff, and now, once again, Tyrant on the line.
Yeah, Tyrant on the line. Here comes Under to just push back all of the AG Global players. Are they going to be successful? Here comes Turtle. And this is the best acquisition from China thus far, and he should be able to help the squad secure this. It's Yulong instead, though, with the final hit. Shadow Tyrant in the hands of AG Global.
Wow, Dowhan with his perfect positioning. He just singled out all these members, and at the very same time, they got themselves the Tyrant up for grabs, and just with that form of maneuver, AG Global have just opened a room and a couple plates! Oh, that secures a killing spree for Fi.
is the Shadow Tyrant, bro. Extra bit of damage from the lightning and magic. And on top of that, you've got increased movement speed as well. AG Global roaming all around now to see exactly what they can pick off of the camp on the side of Todak. That jungle's fully invaded. They drop back as well to play a little pressure on those minions. But look at up top. They've got two players on for the push. Saber and JD take it away as much as possible from this T2 tower. And that goes down as well.
Meanwhile, Tata getting caught again. That is just a tough ordeal. The entire game, Dowhan's main job is to ensure he doesn't get to play the game.
Look at this, man. It's all about that Shadow Tyrant on the bump, and these guys are unstoppable. Top and bottom lane, tier 3 towers down, and mid follow suit as well. Crystal wide open. Todak has got no more defenses. Here comes that minion wave as well. AG Global all out. Annihilation as Anda pulls one back. JD shuts down CCS, but the Crystal has no more left on it, as AG Global smashes game 1.
AG Global, they threw everything onto Todak, including the kitchen sink as well. You saw how they were so proficient. They knew that, of course, the timing of the Tyrant is already up. Mayin, Dowhan, he's just so good on this Mayin. As a matter of fact, today has been a great Mayin day. Everybody who picked it have gotten success over the course of all these battles, and just like that, you have one big threat. Even despite catching on to the Mayin, you still have big output coming in from the jungler of AG Global. You also have this God and Mo, which nobody gets to actually get anywhere close. Ideally, that is going to be that sitting target. And despite that, there's just no way that Todak could actually find a clear answer onto getting those big catches. It's only once or twice, but eventually it's just a little too much to handle.
Yeah, but mad respect to Todak, right? They hung on for long enough to give us a little bit of excitement in there. I mean, it could have gone 50-50 either way. I thought the initial laning phase was phenomenal from both sides, and Todak was playing a lot of pressure, making sure AG Global doesn't get to bite off anything from their side. But it was those big objectives that really turned the tides of battle.
Yeah, very unfortunate for our rising star of Todak. I mean, he has definitely shown that he is very capable, but the problem is that AG Global came up with this master plan to really shut off his jungling career, and overall with AG just prioritizing him to be picked off. So far, Dowhan, Yulong has already been at work to really keep him at bay, while PHY, he's just able to really get all these couple blades to really hit on the perfect mark. Well, with all that space created, that allows JD to shine in this match.
Absolutely, and of course, they're not really allowed to scale all that too much because of what Yulong was doing alongside the squad, right? Initially, they weren't really able to invade the jungle of Todak all that too much because Todak played that phenomenal defense, roaming all around the gorge, making sure AG Global does not take too many steps up forward. But towards the very end, it just kind of fell into shambles. Obviously, AG Global kind of outscaling them quite a lot, especially JD. Look at this massive 78,000 on the damage, alongside that Gun and Mo dishing out 69.7 alongside him.
Yeah, it's just a little bit overwhelming for the rest of Todak members, where I think Sadness have definitely matched up to speed. It's just that he got picked off a couple of times. Can you really blame him when you have Mayin as well as a Jing on the opposite side? It's really tough where when you have a Yuhuan, sure, you are looking at sustain, but these damages can burst you outright. So I guess that's just the troubles that they're facing up, where if you want to go for a team fight, you gotta ensure that Sadness stays alive through the course of it. And it's tough. If he does have this Byron to be guarding, who's gonna front line for the team? Tata? Tata has got problems of his own in the jungle throughout the course of the match, so it has been a little bit more problematic, but you see Todak has been able to hold on for quite long, like you said, up to the 8-minute mark. But the moment where that fight broke loose, when they were going for pretty much the kind of openings over on the bottom portion of the map, that's where things start to shake up. AG Global by then has been able to really look for massive picks.
Yeah, the Shadow Tyrant was the nail in the coffin for them, right? Because AG Global was good that extra bit of buff in terms of damage coming through from the magic as well as lightning kind of was too much for Todak to deal with. But if that wasn't bad enough from the 2 initial tyrants that were claimed, the extra speed boost from that Shadow Tyrant, dude, that was when they were roaming all around the battlefield, taking down both the tier 3 tower of the top and bottom lane at the same time, and phenomenally ripping away the 3rd tower of the mid lane as well in sequence. It was just no way at all for Todak to make a comeback from that point on. And of course, your MVP, the Gun and Mo King 5 with a 302 KDA, 28% of damage dealt by this monster, and such few damage taken. I mean, he was a slippery one out there.
He definitely was, and on top of it all, that's what you really want from the Gan Mo players on board. This is why Gan Mo has always been relevant in the meta on his potential to just 100-0 somebody where you think you're going to be safe. He just activates his ult, gets a little bit more of that distance as well as vision on the far end, and you saw that Chano was not going to be safe, even despite hugging into the creases of the jungle. PHY, he just seeks them all out, and on top of that, I think like credit to his teammates as well, because of them, he gets to play to his utmost potential.
Once again, on paper, it looks like Todak is about to be smashed 2-0 because they lost 2-0 to Team Secret, and Team Secret fell 2-0 to AG Global. Once again, on paper, it looks like the difference is a lot, but what they showed us early game seems like Todak might be able to withstand what AG Global can bring. I'm expecting a comeback here in Game 2.
Yeah, and Dalhan, you saw in the early game, that rotation over mid is quite crucial where they managed to catch out Tita. And this fight was the major one where they were all pretty much bundled up. There was exchanges that they managed to actually punish Dalhan for that over-aggression, but they have 3 members, 4 as a matter of fact, to be clipped up after that. So I would say that they really have to consider that if you're not in the right position to fight, don't overcommit.
I mean, that's for sure the case for a lot of these situations here, right? You have to be careful when it comes to that overcommitting. We've seen so many times how that has turned battles onto its head, and, you know, situations just kind of being turned around that you don't want to see out there. AG Global, though, didn't really get put in a spot where they could not recover. They were being chased around the battlefield. You saw that recovery play being as phenomenal as the initial aggressive push overall. So I actually am pretty impressed with what Todak managed to do, hanging on for those 8 minutes. It was those major objectives that were lost that kind of tells me if in this next game Todak is able to refine that play a little bit more, just get those tyrants onto their side, pretty sure this can go a little bit differently.
Yeah, it could potentially be. I mean, you talk about the stats, all these papers, all drawn in. Everything looks to be in the favor of AG Global. This is where Todak just rips it apart, right? Like, you don't want to just follow the script once again. I want to see an angry side of Todak where you gotta be the ones to be up there, proactive, to be the aggressors overall. Don't let AG Global push you from these early standpoints. I think at the very least, they are matching the tempo on the early game, but somebody's got to make that big decision here on what exactly is your priority. AG Global, very straightforward. They saw to having good performances throughout the week. That's the player that they want to diminish in the form of morale. So heading to game 2, he's got to pick himself up once again because he expects target on his back.
Absolutely, and of course it is going to be a little bit of a challenge for them to go very aggressive because we've seen that they can't really withstand in terms of defensive side when they lose players on their side, right? Fingers crossed Todak is a little bit more solid this time around, but let's take a look at those bans coming in through here.
Very interesting bans as we're looking at the law of party onto support / mages, where Yuhuan this time taken off by Todak. Well, Liang is always going to be the kind of annoying hero that you don't want people to be under suppression. So I think AG Global, they're just making sure that, okay, there's not going to be that big Liang Princess Force kind of setup, which Todak seems to be heavily reliant on these kind of control mages up mid. So AG Global, by doing so, they opened that early power pick.
Oh, the power pick on the side of AG Global does not make me smile for Todak any wider. I'm a little nervous now for them because her skills can be phenomenal when it comes to reducing enemies' health if AG Global even needed that buff, right? But of course, a Zhang Fei response alongside a power pack punching superstar Dharma here. I think Todak has got that firepower to deal with AG Global's picks.
I like this much better this time around. A lot more crowd control, a lot of engage versus what we saw from Todak. That you want, sure, that healing's not going to work out, the shielding, whatever you want to give. So we have pretty much a steady pacing that we do expect coming for this DRNG to actually match up. Maybe early game slightly unfavorable, so perhaps a lane swap could be in effect, even if it's not going to be the case. I think so long as this DRNG keeps himself pretty much at a safe distance, he's going to be absolutely A-okay. AG Global on that Ogren though, and now match with Dada. Dada has been perfectly paired with Arlie for most part. When Arlie decides, you know, she wants to hop in for the engage, or she hops out, Dada is always going to be able to provide just about enough assistance. So moving into the second phase, we are looking at a lot of all these focus onto mages to be banned away.
Yeah, no doubt at all, right? And of course, that Ogre is going to be fundamental for AG Global, who are looking to play this aggressive stance, to jump behind the defensive lines of Todak, just to push them to the very, very edge. And we saw how effective DRNG was earlier on in the matches, so I'm pretty sure this is the kind of crowd control pressure that Todak needs to bring into this game, just to deal with what AG Global can bring towards the later part of this match.
Yeah, and now the pull for mid lane is going to be dwindling down. I'm looking at Nuwa as well as Angela. I guess so you can make do without the Angela ban. I expect AG Global to still have many options on the table. Like, we haven't seen the Yixing, and that could potentially be one of the priorities moving into the second phase. While we have the pay to be axed off from Todak, where I think like they understood the assignment. You already have two very beefy units with Zhang Fei as well as Dharma. So you can't afford to play super aggressively. Dun is still up on the line if anybody really wants to go for Dun. So Princess Frost is not too far off from what Todak played with the Layton. So pretty much similar stuff. You drop the Winters here and hoping that the rest of these teammates can actually set up those big AoE combos, which what Todak is looking to do.
Yeah, honestly, it's very clear what Todak's looking to do. They want to get into a big team fight, and they want to just ultimately dominate that, right? Speaking of ultimate, Princess Frost, her ultimate, to be able to inflict damage in a crowd control situation, to limit the enemy's movement, it's going to be integral for them to make sure AG Global doesn't run away. But the Charlotte and, like you mentioned, Yixing being brought into the mix, AG Global has got a lineup of superstar heroes to absolutely smash Todak. This is gonna be a very tough one.
Okay, this is a lot more exciting. We finally get to see the Luna. Question is, how well does Tita play this Luna? He needs to go full aggro, pedal to the metal, because if you allow this Charlotte to actually play and dominate up against this Dharma, we're gonna have a late game problem where you have split pushing setups and a lot of all these pick-off potential player from AG Global. So all eyes once again, Tita on the Luna. What you need to do is guarantee he's gonna have that safe early game. So this Zhang Fei, you might actually see him spending a little bit more time to be assisting this Luna for certain setups, and then big dives. This combo between Luna and Princess Frost could be devastating.
I think this is Todak really playing this refining of mechanics in this game too, right? Because we saw how they struggled to take those towers down. With Luna, you should be able to take some of these turret dives very, very well with the Destiny and Sage's Sanctuary. So let's see if or not we get to see some of those phenomenal plays shortly, as Fire opens up pretty aggressively down mid, and the overextension by Yulong to just sneak away those Dust Boars.
Yeah, very quickly as he will just at least deny certain EXP gain coming from Tita. Can we give a shout out to production? I mean, that top-down board is pretty interesting, as we have never got to actually witness that ever in any arcade matchups. Not always, I guess. But on top of it, when we take a look at how things have started for the rest of AG Global, they are piling that pressure onto this Dharma. He's going to be, you know, playing the weak side. What that means is that they are also doing the same against the Charlotte, but ideally, I would think that the Charlotte has a lot more of this mobility kit to still be able to maneuver. It's just annoying that you don't always get your last hit, but at the very least, this is where you can actually get big setups to be done, and CCS is still going to be A-okay. It's not going to be easy to take down this Dharma.
Yeah, not easy at all, especially with the tower on the defense there. Dharma can pretty much chill in this 1v2, but down mid here though, it's a different story. Todak getting pushed right back. Yulong looking for the hook, doesn't find it just yet, and just staying behind the defensive lines of the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, also considering the fact that this DRG is going to be getting that form of gold injection by staying in this lane overall, it's going to be pretty huge to get those items pretty much activated and completely dodging that unfavorable army down the free wall.
Is he gonna get away with this one? Yulong goes in for the chase, but Judge's there. Yulong with the slide. Judge with the overextension, but he's gonna get caught out as well. It's an all-out team fight in a 3v3. Judge up against Yulong. Yulong gets caught out, and it will be Anda that bites the dust instead. Yulong the monster.
ENG Global walking away with murder yet again. It's a trio sweep, and Todak, despite them coming with a form of response, that wasn't much. The timing on the World is My Bot was immaculate from PHY once more to re-engage, getting more than what they bargained for.
Oh no, this pacing of game 2! Now you play cheeky, you get punished. Dowhand will be sent in here for a heavy reset and leaving Fi in a sticky situation. He's really low. His tower is going to be exposed now if he doesn't take these minions down. Turta up against Yulong once again. Turta is not really going to have a good fight here because he doesn't have those levels on him, and Yulong's phenomenal defensive skills allows him to stay alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, Dowland's just playing by the limit. I mean, I consider that a win despite it's not a really clean dive, right? You are denying Sadness from that massive gold injection, gold gain, while this Arlie's, or should I say, it's just wrapping it away with whatever paycheck that you're receiving from all these minion waves as well as the camps. Speaking of camps, Anda's gonna yoink away the tail feast. So, Todak's actually keeping pretty decent caps overall, despite it being a slightly below 2k of a margin that's currently in the lead for ENG Global.
Yeah, it looks one-sided, but it definitely isn't, right? I think you called it out perfectly. Todak still has got many ways back in here for a victory to push it into game number 3. Now Overlord shows up on the map. ENG Global closes once here, but look at what Todak is doubling back to do. They want to take that red buff first, and here comes the Tyrant on the play. ENG Global dropping the Overlord buff, going for the Tyrant instead. Now they've got that lightning and magic damage to dish out onto Todak.
They absolutely do, and this having that huge party onto the Tyrant now. ENG Global feeling a little bit more confident to actually take on more of these fights, and speaking of which, they are making a rotation with this E-Sync, moving up top, while that's getting backed by CCS, so they do get a little bit of that vision, so nobody's going to be able to lay hands on this Overlord. It will be for a little bit later on, but with the Frost also emerging, this could be a little bit of a cheeky setup, as ENG Global might just be onto something. They're not really showing their cards just yet, but keep in mind, with majority of their members here, ENG Global might still actually suffer a little bit of a casualty, but here comes ENG.
Yeah, the Tyrant buff is still active. They do have that extra bit of damage to dish out. And Todak should not be taking this fight, but they really want to secure this Overlord. Pushing back ENG Global. Yulong on the right-hand side as well, alongside Dowhen. You know what they want? They want to play that rotation round, but Todak very smartly backs away towards the defensive line.
Yeah, I really like how ENG Global has been able to keep themselves from
Todak getting away with a sliver of health on Anda, and Sadness was there for the interference as well. But you look at Yulong, overextending, almost getting caught. Anda loses his life as well, potentially here, but gets immune, turns the table around as Sadness goes in for the clip. Both sides denying the elimination, and Anda getting away with it. This is pro plays at its finest.
Yeah, such a close call, and that clutch Unbridled Outburst have been able to keep his members alive yet again. That is ENG Global still fighting the lead, but here comes CCS!
Fi Why? How in the world did he get away with that? And CCS gets punished instead. The Dharma cannot serve up justice cold. And JD holding on to this mid lane. My goodness me. What a phenomenal fight we've got on our hands here. Todak not giving up just yet.
Yeah, that's what we asked for. That's what we want. That blow for blow. That TV came in time. But to your mantra onto the 2, this time it's just a single off pick over onto this DRG, overextending without all those turrets. Kind of should have actually seen that one coming. But once again, that truth matter hits on the 2. But keep in mind when you're going up against me, you think there's a little bit more, but here comes commitment.
Oh, the commitment wasn't there in full. Teta manages to get away as he continues to clear out the minion wave down on that bot lane. Dowhand just poking and prodding away at CCS. He wants to put the hurt on the second tower. At the same time, look at the tankiness of this man, just dealing with a lot of those shots and barely being scratched.
Yeah, speaking of which, a little bit more of a microaggression being displayed as they're just garnering a little bit of control.
Well, Dowhand's about to go down under, but look at AG Global here. CCS could not get away as JD shows up strong. Minion wave is there as well, so bye-bye tier 2 tower on the top lane, says AG Global as they continue to push on through. Stay gets away with a sliver of his health, but the damage has been done on the top lane. 2 towers taken away already, and AG Global slowly scaling up.
2 of the initiators that they want online all being shut off completely by AG Global. And that catch was magnificent. Speaking of which, they're definitely gunning for a whole lot more as they secure that mid lane port at the very same time. So AG Global absolutely on the driver's seat. Half a minute from here on, we're also looking at them trying to fight for this turret while we see Yulong just confidently holds them back.
Yeah, 4 towers already, but they haven't even brought out that Overlord to torture the players on the side of Todak. No Vanguard sent out just yet, and it looks like they're saying we can just get this job done on our own. We don't need no Vanguard. And look at this Dharma with the overextension way too deep into enemy territory. I am not too sure exactly how much they are going to be able to pull away with this one, but it looks like Team Todak knows that they are in a rough spot.
They are, and they're not exactly in the right place to be able to contest up against this tower as well. And JD is going to be shoving them pretty much all the way back. Now, look at the current standpoint. Todak, they got to form up something. The only refuge that I see them coming back in the game is actually this Overlord that's going to be the main focal point for them to secure. But even despite that, Tita as well CCS, they're looking for catch.
Yeah, it's very difficult to catch on to AG Global now. They do have the Tyrant buff, and there's the extra bit of damage. CCS very low, and Dowhand still managed to catch on to him. And it's gonna be Dowhand turned on as he overcommits into this fight. Yulong chasing after 4 players at the same time. Sadness with a sliver of health left, but Under absorbs almost all the damage Yulong dishes out, and they push Todak all the way back to their crystal. What a play by AG Global.
But it's even bigger for Todak. That is still considered a big comeback potential because of that catch. Big setup by Tita and CCS on that bush play. 3 for 1 or 3 for 2, whichever it was. It's still very well worth it considering on this standpoint where AG Global, they were going pretty much uncontrollable. You need surprises like that yet again for Todak to turn the tides around. They found it, and they were just peeling back, but here comes more.
Oh, Turtle overcommitting in here up against 3 players. He knows he's got a little bit of a backup here, but I don't think this is a great idea. Turtle now with a barely any bit of life on him. Yulong almost gets a slice, but misses it towards the very final end. But that opens up yet another opportunity. It's Tyrant time, baby, and AG Global just can't have enough of this.
They're looking for a trade. This is where the Charlotte has been able to actually spot it out. Dowhan knows that they're actually doing it, but they have to give this one. Todak actually matching blow for blow, but Yulong's just too little too late, being held back by Anda. So, 1 apart, Shadow Overlord now activated. Todak gets to buy a little bit more time.
Absolutely. Shadow Overlord means they do have a little bit of extra push on those towers. Clearly, AG Global have that advantage on it. 5 versus 2 towers taken down. Advantage to AG Global. And here now comes that backup from the Shadow Overlord, sending those Vanguards straight up towards those towers. But what can Todak do with this advantage taken in this map?
Once again, they have to look for those big dives onto any of these members. And speaking of which, Yulong is hoping to steal away the cap. Seems like it's not so successful this time. Secured pretty much by the Zero and J, while we are having an open mid lane for the taking for AG Global, as they have that party of control. Despite the Vanguards being sent out, this is only to stall time. And once more, somebody's got to also manage the side lanes, because this Charlotte is gonna be really pushing all the way through, but that's where they send pretty much the Shadow Vanguard up top so that it keeps her on top.
Yeah, I mean, Vanguards were there to play that advantage, but AG Global seems to be the one taking down tower after tower as if they had the Vanguards on their side. Yulong, beautiful pushback, and that is going to keep the Todak players at bay. But look at the bottom side here as CCS still manages to clear out all of those minion waves, pushing back the aggression from the side of AG Global. It looks like a little bit of a reset comes through here for AG. They're looking for another main buff.
Definitely, and perhaps Todak is just waiting for that overextension from the members of AG Global, and that's where they look for a catch. And
Oh, beautifully played, but it takes nobody. Yulong instead punishes Saiyan. Beautifully shut down by Tete. Yulong with the double, but not before Tete took him out of the equation. Sadness. It is a 2-for-2 trade thus far, but it is AG Global with the advantage. The players on the side of Todak, though, they can recover using that crystal. Anda with a sliver of hell, holding on to that tier 3 tower down mid, and he is able to save it.
The retaliation from Todak, never backing down. They're the ones on that opening take, and AG Global kind of underestimated what they could actually offer on the table. So if they keep repeating this, AG Global might just be upset right now. Todak may actually still have a leeway to get it done after all. Despite this Ogre being pretty huge right now, already working on his 4th item or so. 6 kills so far. That's gonna be the target, and last fight they managed to catch out this Yulong. So they gotta once again repeat the process, and to also ensure somebody looks for JD.
And they are looking for yet another team fight here. Caught out by Yulong. 5, just making sure Anda can't run away. Immobilizes Anda as well. Overextension by Yulong in the depths of the enemy's territory. Looking for the shutdown, and he finds Anda once again. Sadness can cry all the way back at his crystal as JD takes him out of the equation. Tata can't do much. He tries as he takes Yulong out, but he gets shut down by Yulong at the same time. A 1-for-1. But this game looks like it's all over, as AG Global with the quad kill, with Dharma all alone on that recovery.
He has to clear that minion wave. And which one does he go for right now, as he has to manage over the top side? He dodges the board, but what more can he do?
Yeah, Crystal wide open. CCS forced all the way back to play that recovery, but the Crystal cannot withstand AG Global as they take a phenomenal 2-0 up against Todak.
What a fight. This was a slugfest. They're going blow for blow, and this is what we want to see all day long. Kudos to Todak for trying. AG Global is still undefeated after all. But surely, AG Global, they knew exactly what the game plan was, right? Like, you slowly get that chokehold. A lot of the plays were really set up over on the top quadrant of the map, just to, of course, give a little bit more of the priority onto the Charlotte, and at the very same time, we'd look into how some of all these close calls where they were looking for those invades, although they may not seem to be all smooth sailing for this Ogre all the time. But what I love is that Tota, despite having a little bit of deficit, they knew. They got all these combos of a setup. All it needs is execution. Him and CCS were willing to put the bodies on the line, but even despite that, I mean, that's just a couple of players that they're looking out for, especially the Ogre. The rest of them were barely getting any form of control. So it just allows so much room for AG Global to sweep right through.
I think this game was the perfect one to show us what is the importance of securing the Tyrant for your squad, right? Because time and time again, you saw AG Global not want to give up the Tyrant. They don't mind letting go of the Overlord or the Shadow Overlord, but as long as they get that extra bit of lightning as well as magic damage, you know they are going to be able to exert more pressure out there on the battlefield. And my oh my, did they do that.
They absolutely did. So far, PHY, he has been looking to be the cleanest. Although maybe he could use some kills, but his teammates definitely have got the job done. So 11 assists, no deaths. Yixing with his passive as well is always super hard to catch. You were asking, right? Like, how did he walk off scot-free when that truth mantra was actually dropped? That's because every time he drops down to 20%, that passive is going to keep himself alive, and it's just so problematic for the rest of Todak to eventually even look to even aim for him. So ideally, who do you go for? You can only catch Yulong, maybe Daohan in certain chances, but JD, I think he got free reign on the entirety of the game, and it's just impeccable, right, on how they've been able to do so much throughout the series.
But Yulong on that Ogren, my oh my, was he a fearsome fighter out there, constantly overextending that bravado, confidence to make sure he hops on into battles that he knows he can withstand, right? Because he wasn't hopping behind enemy lines with 1 or 2 players. He was literally jumping in front of 4 players and dominating them multiple times, pulling away multi-kills. Amazing stuff. 111,000 damage, very believable. Also absorbing the most damage done out there on the battlefield from the side of Todak. Yulong looked like an MVP to me.
Yeah, he definitely does. If there's anyone else, it's kind of in between PHY as well as JV. Well, I would really give kudos to Todak. Despite all that pressure, he's been able to do so much in return. He's calling the shots all together with CCS. CCS mainly was a mid shield and to be a major bad damage dealer, despite, you know, having decent setups coming with the Truth Mantra. Once again, we want to look at the follow-ups. Todak, when you have 2 of these guys going off the initiation, you ideally want Stay to also drop in Winters here. You want Sadness to also be at ready. But for most part, the rest of AG Global were the ones to dissect this fight, keeping themselves pretty much safely distant so that AG Global could still really pry onto some of all their major members of Todak.
And under obviously absorbing massive amount of damage here in this game, but the rest of his team members were tortured just as much. And from the get-go, this time around, it looked like AG Global was just scaling uncontrollably. Why is that so? Because Todak allowed them to pick off 2 of those tyrants, and you could see AG Global, they really knew those objectives were going to be fundamental to continuously dominate Todak, because without those buffs off of those tyrants, Todak was able to deal blow for blow. But when those tyrants were secured, you saw AG Global played so well together as a squad.
Yeah, no Shadow Overlord, no problem. Well, we take a look at some of the members of AG Global. They were stumped for a little bit, so it wasn't exactly the easiest ascent over onto this gold chart, where we saw that fight breaking loose inside of the jungle, where they had ideations. But I think execution-wise, I would definitely want to see Todak to be a little bit more pretty much on the same thought process, because if CCS goes in for a pick, you got to always follow up alongside with what the Luna offers on the table. But there's still improvements that we're looking at the side of Todak, but we are looking at our real MVP, like you called it. It's AG's very own Yulong.
Bro, close to 50% of the damage got absorbed by the eye. That is so believable. Once again, just jumping into the fray of battle. 3-4 players on the side of Todak around him, and Yulong gave them no care in the world whatsoever as he dished out the 30% of overall damage from the AG Global squad to secure a 9-3-4 KD average. I mean, this is just crazy stuff. True MVP of AG Global.
Absolutely. I mean, he is always drawing all the attention span of all the members of Todak for the most part. He doesn't mind if he gets taken down, right? Yeah. Where he's already had so much of these resources funneled. He himself is already a threat. He can look for those pickups. And especially in the early game, you saw how many times he actually paid a visit, trying to actually break open the T1 up top. And that's where, you know, that D-Ranger had a little bit of that early game struggle on how things actually mounted up against Todak. And there we go. This is like a Yulong highlight reel alongside with some portions of PHY and JD.
Yeah, no doubt at all, right? And that's the kind of front man you want. The kind of front man that's capable of jumping into the midst of the enemies and walking out alive. And he doesn't care about his life because he knows his team members are capable enough to come in there for the follow-up if he falls. And that was shown time and time again, even with this push that you see here.
True enough, and when we take a look at some of all these objectives, I think that some of the members of AG Global have been able to really single out targets. Yulong, once again, combo with Daohen on the Charlotte is just going to be able to just quickly just single out some of all these backline units so that the rest of the backline has been able to really clear things out.
I mean, multiple times, multi-kills for Mr. Yulong. And it'll be a long time before he gets dominated out there. AG Global maintains their clean sheet victory on the series. Only a single game dropped thus far in the competition at the end of a total of 3 series played. That's phenomenal, and that puts them on that #1 rank above everybody else.
That's right, and Nova Esports also keeping up to the tempo. They had a really close call up against Black Shrew Esports, where they're having pretty much similar records. They just need to play another set of series to be able to match up against AG Global. Team Secret, Black Shrew Esports, they're pretty much neck and neck, but Black Shrew, because they've only played, 1 series overall or 2 series, they definitely need to get back into shape in order to match the rest of these contenders up there. Well, who's impressed me the most this week? BTE, so far being a massive challenger out there. Despite the record telling you it's a 3-win, 3-loss, they are holding up just fine against some heavy hitters that we see on the top 4.
I will say every single team this week has impressed me because I'm a noob. you just gotta love seeing some beautiful Honor of Kings matches out there. And I think each and every single one of these squads have shown us the best version of themselves. But obviously teams like O2 Esports and Seoul Esports, we are still pending to see a victory from their side. So fingers crossed these underdogs will be able to pull it off next week, because Seoul Esports opens up week 2, day 1, taking on DTE, the promising team that can make a difference out here in this league.
That's right. You guys don't want to miss this Friday run, because we got a big series underway on that very same day. Team Secret versus Nova, definitely the highlight matchup for this entirety of the first phase that they are bound to meet, while BSE takes on O2 Esports. So a lot on the line, if you ask me, because Team Secret, they're once again going up against their rivals, where they're sick of coming in second for so many times back in the past. This is where they want to claim it from Nova, and if there's anybody to actually stop the streak of Nova, that's them. And AG Global, they will watch how this series play out.
This is insane, man. Like, I'll tell you why, right? Because when I was offered an opportunity to shoutcast for Honor of Kings, I really asked myself, do I want to do this? Do I want to go into the mobile world? 2 days in, Contra, I think I like it here.
you just fell in love, right? I mean, I'm glad you take that leap of faith, because your gut instincts is always going to be right. Where Honor of Kings offers all you guys out there a whole lot of fun and excitement. Go ahead, jump into the lobbies, because there's just plenty of events, beautiful skins, and many more. But you guys definitely want to check out how these pros actually do it, as you could also take a couple of tips from them. This MKL spring season, by far, has been looking like the most competitive league out there on the field, where, no shade being thrown to every global league that's currently running. This is like 4-way horse race. How often do you get to see that?
Yeah, I mean, some people may pay not much attention to MKL, but if they don't, it is their loss at the end of the day, because we know exactly what sort of squads are being pushed up here, and they're showing us quite a bit to be amazed by. How they fare on the international stage later on when EWC comes into play in July, we'll just have to wait and see. But for the time being, MKL has been a phenomenal start here in the journey of Honor of Kings, full-on supremacy in Malaysia. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's it for Contra and I on this day number 3. We'll have to catch you guys next week. Take care. We hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Ever changing, some chameleon. Let's wait and see. We'll never make it if we Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, putting work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, stars in light. We don't gotta fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
It's an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime.